Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Hope everybody's doing well. This is kind of a spur of the moment type of live stream, considering there is it's crazy shit happening. Literally, crazy shit. So hopefully you guys are weathering this crazy storm. And if you didn't sell for a profit already and you're at a loss, it's a tough call. I've been getting a lot of questions. Should I sell? Should I sell? I got out because I was in the profit. I still have my my Litecoin, but I got rid of all my Ether, got rid of all my Ripple. I was in the profit. Figured, you know what? Let me just lock it in before I'm actually down on my capital, and just kind of waiting for a better entry. Brent, welcome. Sean, welcome. Sadula, welcome. Hope you guys are doing well. Crazy night. I was up till 1 a.m. Waiting for this drop to happen, and it really didn't happen until, especially on GDAX, until 2 a.m. 2 a.m. BTC touched a low of 2210. Let's see what LTC did. Exactly at 2 a.m. touched 2606. I'm still holding my position of 310. I have not sold those yet. Ethereum touched a low of 285 at 2 a.m., which everybody was sleeping. I was sleeping. I waited till 1 a.m. and I was like, all right, it's not going to do anything. It's stabilizing. But what did I know? Got a phone call actually from a buddy of mine saying BTC fell to 17 something. Jumped out of bed because I had a buy-in limit at 2,000. I was like, man, it executed. Let me get down and check this out. And then when I looked at it, I was like, he was looking at the Great Britain pound. But yeah, that would have been a great entry, and that was the entry I was looking for at 2,000. So I do have a lot of capital freed up now. So really, this is the opportunity to be looking for a great entry to kind of set yourself up for possibly the next move up. But is this the start of a sell-off? I mean, are we going to even go much lower than this? Only time will tell, and I think we will. So that's why it's always good to have money on the sideline, have USD on the sideline, waiting to jump at these opportunities when they do present themselves. And I think that opportunity is presenting itself at this current moment now. Never sell, unless you're in the profit. I bought Ethereum at 177, and I was locking in profits all along the way. Last profit I took was at $400, and then I was looking to sell 350. I didn't, so I got out. This morning at 310. I just sold everything at 310. I was like, you know what? Let me just get out. And if it dips further, that's great. I'll buy in. If it goes up, you know what? That's the shit that happens, unfortunately. But it's up $6 from where I sold it. So we'll see. If we can get a nice dip to 250-ish, I would consider going back in. But I'm really looking at Bitcoin today. That's really what I want to get an entry in, and I would love to get an entry at. I mean, I doubt it's going to drop to this level, but 1615, I would love to get an entry at that price point, and that would, I would be looking to probably purchase about 10 Bitcoins at that specific price. But we'll see. Maybe, if Litecoin drops further, I might add to that position to lower my cost average. Instead of having an average of 30, 36, maybe I can lower that to 28 possibly. But, should have to dip further than the current price that she's at right now. So I'm going to be taking a look at, let's see what else. I'm going to try to get to the comment, guys. I do apologize for not looking at them. 2,300 on Bitfinex. Yeah, my Ethereum is down, but you know what? I sold 50 Ethereum Classics last night at $17. I just wanted to lock in a little bit of profit to have extra money left over. So I have 100 of those left. I'm still in the profit. I mean, considering I bought those at an average of $6.14, still in the profit. So I'm not going to get rid of everything. But if I see the need to, then you know what? I'll dump everything and sit on USD and wait for a great buying opportunity. So I gave up a lot of the profit by not selling, yesterday or the other day, really, when everything was starting to touch its high, unfortunately. But yeah, if you haven't sold already, you're in the profit and you're in the hole now, I don't recommend selling. I mean, this could be the bottom. It could be the bottom. I mean, who knows? But if you're in the profit, I would highly recommend taking some sort of profit off the table and have USD waiting to get in. Dylan, welcome. It's always at 2 a.m., right? I mean, and I've seen it at like 11:30, at 12, midnight, 1 o'clock, and that's why I stood up till 1 o'clock. But they might have known I was awake. But yeah, 2 a.m., man, it seems like, when East Coast time, I mean, even think about it, West Coast time, it's 11 o'clock. A lot of people might be sleeping if they're not at the bars. But yeah, it seems like that's when they're dumping it. Hodl those coins, right? Hodl those coins. Hug them. Don't let them go. Sherry, welcome. Yeah, Sherry, this is really the opportunity that we kind of look for. We try not to buy, when things are being pumped. We try to wait for a correction to happen, whether it's a minor correction or a major correction. And this is, somewhere in between right now. Once we crack 2000, if we crack 2000, then yes, this is a major sell-off. And this is probably the opportunity of a lifetime to try to find a good entry. If anybody got an entry from, when it went from 2,800 to 1,900, if you got an entry at 2000, you just basically made 50% when it went up to a little under 3,000. So this could be the opportunity that we're kind of looking for and waiting for, but that confirmation is not there. It's really not there yet, and I got to do a lot of analytical work and just look at really different time frames to kind of indicate what is this doing. And mainly, it's going to be the one-day chart. One-day chart will dictate to us, what this might be looking to do in the overall scheme of price action movement. And right now, I'm looking at Litecoin on a one-day chart. It doesn't look good at all. My exponential moving average is above the actual candlesticks, and the candlesticks are starting to dip below that. So the further widespread that EMA is from the actual candlesticks, the further the dip is going to be, and the crazier the dip is going to be. So this is scary times, guys. I'm sorry to say it. This is pretty scary. And LTC has the ability. She dropped to 21 bucks the other day. Let's see when this was. On the 12th. They dropped it to $21.50 on a one-day candlestick, and that's pretty nasty. And that should have been an indicator, but Bitcoin didn't indicate this. Ethereum didn't indicate this at all, and I'm surprised Litecoin dropped to that much. And same thing with Monero. They actually dropped Monero to $16 within a matter of a couple seconds. Whoever had a lowball offer in to buy, I would have never thought of putting in a lowball offer at 16 bucks. But whoever had a lowball offer in it thinking 25 bucks, that got executed. And as we can see from this candlestick, it's pretty nasty. And this was on the 12th at probably 1:30ish. They dropped this hardcore. Going from a high of $59.43 to a low of $16. This should have been some sort of an indicator that, okay, capital flight is happening, and this is the time to be locking in the profits and sitting on the sideline. But you know what? I didn't even bother to look at the one-day chart on a lot of these cryptocurrencies. It just didn't even cross my mind, to be honest with you. But that one-day chart is very important, and as we can see on the one-day chart on Monero, it's below our exponential moving average, way below it. What is my RSI doing? For some reason, my RSI is overlaying the map, which should not be overlaying the map. So there's issues going on with this charting system. I can't even tell what the RSI is currently right now. Let me hit refresh. Sherry, I'm glad you joined to learn. Yeah, just hop on every time I do a live stream, ask questions. And I don't know if you joined our Slack chat room. But you can direct message me that way as well too. So I try to respond to them as best as I can. Unless you're asking me, should I buy this? Should I sell this? I can't really make those type of recommendations. But like I said, you and I are going to be working on a lot of things to, help you find a good entry and help you to increase, the capital that you want to start out with. So, I'm looking forward to that, Sherry. So Ripple, I got rid of Ripple yesterday. I really didn't want to hold it. Considering I don't really believe in Ripple, it was just using it as a trading vehicle. I shouldn't have really been holding it for that long. I should have really got rid of it at 29 bucks when it presented the opportunity to. But I kind of held on thinking it was going to hit 30 and kind of possibly hit 31, 32. But no, she didn't. She hit a little over 29 and a half, and she came dipping back down. So yesterday I was like, you know what? I'm happy with 25 cents. It's still a profit, not much of a profit, but it's better than being in the hole. So I cut it loose. I didn't want to deal with it anymore. I would rather wait for a better entry. I don't know. I might be buying IOTA today if she dips. She dipped to. They took it down to 31 cents, I think. Let's see what they took it down to. 33 cents they took it down to today. So, if she starts cracking below 30, I think she'll pique my interest for a possible 100% gainer for it to possibly get back up to that 60 cents. It's not going to get back up to that $1.30 or the dollar that it hit when it first got launched. But, for it to go from possibly 30 to 60, that's easily doable. XRP is deadly. Yes, that's why I got rid of it. I completely agree with you. Kofi, welcome. Good morning. Great time for the long run, right? Yeah, long-term holders. I'm sorry. I am sorry. But you guys have a good skin because you've been holding this for a long time. If you're a long-term investor, so you can stomach these up and down swings. But for day traders like me, if I'm watching this, I mean, it could easily cause me to panic sell. But you know what? I haven't panic sold yet. Yes, I did lock in profit. I don't really consider that panic selling. It's when you're in the hole and you're losing money and you decide to sell. That's a panic sell, and you don't want to do that. So, just as a reassurance, I am still holding my 310 Litecoins. I have not sold any of those yet, and I don't really plan on selling. Best thing I'll do is I'll add to that position if she drops further. But yeah, I will not be getting rid of that. So really, the only thing I'm holding is Litecoin and Ethereum Classic, and I only have 100 Ethereum Classics, and that's about the only positions that I have today. So let's take a look. Let me get to some of these comments if there are any, and then we're gonna really look at the chart and see exactly what key levels is it breaking, and based on the order book to see, if she's gonna break, more of the levels. But I see more downtrend happening. I see more selling that's gonna be happening, unless buyers really, really support Bitcoin. And the only way that some of these cryptocurrencies are gonna go up is if Bitcoin gets supported and Bitcoin is on the up. If it is, yes, we're good. Litecoin and Ethereum Classic and some of the other cryptocurrencies will follow suit and they will go up with it. But it's a matter of time. It's a matter of time. And I'm still surprised how Litecoin is still holding up, with this massive drop that we're having. Really, Litecoin should be, hovering the $20 range. It should be, and I'm glad it's not. But it could easily get down to the $20 level and retest that 19 that it tested not long ago. All right, if you guys see anything dropping that I'm not looking at, please let me know because, on the 12th, I guess, when I was doing the live stream, it was one of Monero and what else dropped? And Litecoin, they dropped them heavily. And I wasn't looking at Bitfinex to kind of see that drop. But, I wouldn't have been able to react in time, to be honest with you, because it was so quick of a drop. Unless you had a limit buy order in, there was no way to be able to execute a trade. It came down too fast and came right back up. All right, let's take a look at Bitcoin. We'll do Bitcoin, Litecoin, Ethereum Classic, and some of the other crazy things. I mean, I gotta even zoom out of here. I gotta get to the 1 hour chart. No, I don't think 1 hour chart will do me justice. Maybe 2 hours. Okay, here we go. But yeah, this is pretty ugly. I mean, we had that crazy dip to that 1900, and then basically, 50% gain from there. In a very short period of time, and that should have told us something. It really should have. All right, so what levels has she broken currently, and why did she stop at 2210? What was the reason for her stopping at 2210? Let's go ahead and put our line at 2210 and see exactly what might have happened in the past. I think that's right about 2210, 2208, but that's all right. It's close enough. It's close enough. Nothing major. That would show me that that was a very good support line. Yeah, nothing that would have stood out at that 2210. So I would not have even known that, 2210 would be, that it would get to it. 2175 is what I would have thought. But she could easily crack that 2210. She could easily crack below it. And if she cracks below it and there's a lot of good amount of selling volume, and we'll take a look at the buy and the sell orders, that 2100 is in sight. It really is in sight. And I said yesterday on our Slack chat, I said, if she breaks 2400, it's lights out until 2100. It wasn't lights out, real quick, but it was going to be lights out. It was going to touch that 2100, and I think, that speculation might actually come true. So let's take a look at some of the stuff that's going on the order book. But our moving average was doing pretty well. It was doing very well, and this is on a 2 hour candlestick until right about 2,960 is when our slower moving average, our 5-day moving average, got underneath our 10-day moving average. And, she dipped and dipped. And this is basically a fake out right here. When she crossed over that 10-day moving average, thinking that there was going to be a nice upside swing, she completely faked everybody out. You know, she dipped above that moving average just for a little bit, and what do you know? She dipped right back down. So the gap is pretty far apart. It's pretty far apart. Unless we see these moving averages start to kind of curl up, you know, there is more downside that's going to be happening. And so that moving average is, those moving averages are very, very key levels to kind of take a look at. Let's take a look at this order book. But there's my order, 10 BTCs for 1,615 bucks. It's wishful thinking for it to get there, but you know, if the selling intensifies, I think she can do it. Really not much of a, should not have much of a resistance. You know, really the only biggest seller we have is at the current level right now, $2,335.09 for 14 and a half, actually 25 now, 27 Bitcoins. But buying, I mean, there are buyers lining up unless it's a fake wall. I mean, we got 12 BTCs, 32 BTCs, another 32 that just dropped off, another 32, 128, looking at $2,300.08, something to that extent. $2,308.20. So there are buyers that are somewhat stacking up. Not too many sellers. The only big seller we got is really just at the current price to prevent it from moving up. Unless somebody's sitting on the sideline waiting and just waiting to dump. And that's definitely a possibility. I mean, they could be waiting for 2,400. And if it touches 2,400, they could be easily dumping, you know, whatever they have. So that's the scary part. You know, on these downtrends, you just don't know who's sitting on the sideline. So you think you have a very good support, but then there's somebody on the sideline. So there could be somebody on the sideline right now with 200 BTCs to unload, and we just don't know it. And they could be waiting for the right opportunity, because right now that would cause so much slippage that it would slip down to $2,308.42. So that person is probably waiting for that price point to get close to him, and for buyers to really stack up at the price point that he or she is looking to get rid of their BTCs. And if that opportunity presents itself, they might just hit that market sell order and just get rid of what they have. And so definitely buyers are outweighing the sellers at the current moment, but that could easily flip-flop, easily. And I mean, our moving average, even on GDAX, has not started crossing over. Even though, yes, the candlesticks are starting to trend to the upside on the 15-minute candlestick, from really touching a low of 2,251 bucks right over here, but our moving average has not indicated that this is the turnaround at all. Yes, a little curve on our slower moving average. I'm sorry, on our faster moving average, because the orange line is our faster moving average. And I'm assuming that the way the GDAX has it set, and this might be the 10, and this might be the 20-day moving average. You really can't customize the moving averages on this. It's just basically standard, whatever they set it for, but they don't really tell you what they have it set for. So they could even have it set for 20 and 50 days moving average. As a day trader, I like those moving averages to be very close to each other, maybe a 5-day, 10-day, or 3-day, 7-day moving average. For long-term investors, yeah, you can do 20, 50, and 100, or 50 and 100-day moving averages. Let's look on the 1-hour chart. We're pretty far spread apart. That doesn't look good at all. 6-hour chart is even going to be further. And of course, it doesn't want to list the 1-day candlestick chart properly. But we'll definitely have to pay attention to see if these buyers are real buyers and if they're going to support it. And if they do, yes, you know, we'll get some sort of movement to the upside. But just remember, there could be people trying to sell. And normally, you know, let's just say hypothetically, I was holding BTC and it dipped this far. I would probably try to sell at this high up here, and this high would be $2,487.14. You know, that's the key resistance. That's where I would probably look to unload. So there could be a seller being like, you know what, I'm going to wait to see if this gets right back up, you know, to 2450 for me to just hit that market sell order. Anything is possible in this crazy cryptocurrency world that we're all immersed ourselves in. Let me see some of these purchases or some of these comments. Sean, you got to go to CryptoTradersRoom.com and fill out the little questionnaire, submit it, and then somebody will actually send you a link, an invite link. But yeah, in the bottom of this video, under Stay Connected with Us, that's the website you got to go to. So Dula, thank you so much for responding to that. I appreciate it. Been waiting a while for this correction. Yeah, I think, a lot of people have, and it might have caught a lot of people off guard, to be honest with you. Can I explain why LTC BTC is rising while both BTC and LTC are both going down? I'm trying to understand this question. Are you talking about the pair of LTC to BTC pair? I don't really look at any pairs to an altcoin, to be honest with you. I look at the pairs to USD. But yeah, they're going to have different volumes. They're going to have different volatilities. I've just never really been interested in the altcoin to altcoin pair. I mean, really, you're going from, let's just say hypothetically, yesterday, I take profit at, whatever, $400 on Ethereum, and I move it over to Bitcoin, thinking I'm going to be safe. I just gave up basically all of my profit that I took from Ethereum. I just gave it all back because Bitcoin dropped hard. So I am not a fan at all going from alt to alt. Not at all. I would rather go from alt to USD, sit on that. I sleep a lot better. I'll wake up. That money's still there. The value will not drop. But yeah, if I would have gone, if I would have cashed out of Ethereum and gotten into, Bitcoin at the high, a little under 3,000, I would be screwed. I would probably be down on my actual principal. My profit would be all gone for sure. Every profit that I made on Ethereum would be completely wiped out. And, it's hard to sleep when you know that you are actually, there's a risk involved in going to bed and being another altcoin. So, it's all personal preference. There's a lot of traders that do. There's a lot of traders that hate going to fiat. I enjoy going into fiat when I sell something. The thing I don't understand currently right now is where is this money flowing to? And unless they're doing the same thing that I'm doing and just going to USD. I don't think. Let's take a look at Poloniex. Still got you. Market cap has come down just about $13 billion. It gave up $13 billion worth of the market cap. It was just over $112 billion. Now it's under $100 billion. And it looks like Ethereum is narrowing the gap on market cap. It's definitely narrowing the gap between Bitcoin. But yeah, this money is not flowing anywhere else. I don't see any of these other cryptocurrencies market cap being increased at all. So this money is flowing into, it has to be flowing into USD. It's not flowing into, a different altcoin. So there, even on Poloniex, I'm assuming that people are putting money into USDT, which is it's an altcoin, but it's a lot more safer altcoin because it's supposed to be pegged to the US dollar. Library credit is up, Folding Coin is up a little bit, but everything else is down. So money has to be going to USDT. It has to be going to USD. People are sitting on cash. Zcash is holding up well. It's probably the only thing that's held up pretty well. Rep is down to $27. Interesting. Interesting. When RSI hits below 30, it's a good buying opportunity. But you got to look at other things too. Because, the price could be going up, but RSI could be going down, and that's just dangerous. If you see price going up and RSI is going down, you should be looking to lock in profits because those things should really go hand in hand. They should go side by side. RSI goes up, price goes up. RSI goes down, price should be going down. So be very careful if you're trying to play the RSI and the RSI is dipping and the price is going up and you're in that position. You might want to lock in some of the profits. But yeah, money's definitely flowing into USD. It's not flowing into these altcoins because market cap would still be where it's at, considering the other altcoins market cap would be rising. But we're down to over $12 billion in market cap. Am I purchasing 10 BTCs at 16.15? I would like to. Is it going to get there? Probably not. It's wishful thinking. If we have a violent, crazy drop, yeah, I mean, it would be great. But I figure, let me put it in the order book. If I put it in the order book and it hits, that's great. As I'm doing this live stream, because I've missed a lot of things. I mean, I missed Monero dropping to 16. I missed Litecoin dropping to 21 on Bitfinex. And I'm like, how did I miss this? I was doing a live stream. You know what? I mean, I'll look at the other exchanges. I mean, I'll look at Bitfinex. I'll look at Poloniex. But I don't really base my trades on that. For possible arbitrage, yeah. I mean, I'm just like, okay, what's the price difference in USD? Oh, wow, it's $30. You know what? Let me buy it here. I'll move it over. Hopefully it's moved over in a timely manner and I can sell it for a nice profit and not really have to analyze the charts and see exactly what the move is going to be. But yeah, I'll look at Poloniex. I'll look at Bittrex. Of course, you guys know that I mainly use GDAX and Bitfinex. I have Gemini, but I don't really look like Gemini. Actually, I did put in a buy order yesterday on Gemini. Let me look at Gemini. And that was basically just to purchase 2 Ethereums, because you can really purchase Ethereum and Bitcoin. I think I put it to 250 to buy 2 Ethereums at 250. I don't even know if it got there or not. I can talk about IOTA. Let's look at Ethereum and see what the low was there. 274 was a low, and my buy-in, 2 Ethereums at 240. Okay, I didn't put it to 250. 249.44 is what I put it to. Yeah, in today's crazy market, I'm gonna have to cancel that. So that has been canceled. But then we'll look at it. If she dips further, I might put in that buy order. So we'll see what it does on Gemini. If she dips, that's great. If she doesn't, we'll see. What am I looking at here? 331. Okay, Zcash. Zcash is holding up pretty well. IOTA, let's take a look at it. I don't know, I might take a position in IOTA if she dips further. I mean, this peak of my interest at 34 cents, but I don't think I would buy it at 34 cents. BTS is trash. BTS, do you mean BTC? Yeah, I've heard some good news to be coming out of Monero, something to the extent of a Visa debit card or a Visa credit card. I haven't really researched it yet. But why did she drop to 16 bucks on the 12th? Something happened for it to drop to 16 bucks. Tech stocks are selling off as well. Let me look at the overall market real quick. I stopped really following the stock market, but I still do have 401k, so I'll take a look at the Dow Jones and the NASDAQ and see what they're doing. So futures has to be dropping then. Yep, tech stocks are leading futures lower. But I mean, wouldn't you think that if there is capital flight happening in the stock market, that money would possibly be flowing into altcoins or into Bitcoin, Ethereum, the most popular ones. Europe futures are down 82 bucks. I mean, futures are still up. I mean, they're up 46 bucks. Let me look at my tech stocks that I have. Extended hours. Ooh, yeah, it's a sell-off. the market would be selling off today. Netflix is down 2%. Tesla's down almost 2%. What's Apple doing? Apple's down 1%. And these are, I mean, these are pre-markets. So once this really market opens up, and a lot of people don't have access to pre-market, once the market opens up, it's going to be a free fall in the stock market, unfortunately. And the money's going to library credits. Yeah, I mean, it's up, so it's got to be going somewhere. Kofi, it's not about the concept in tech, man. I mean, yeah, the concept in tech could be great, but volatility happens. Volatility happens, and why not lock in the profit if you're in the profit huge, and wait for a dip, and use the capital you have and the profit that you made to buy more. Why can't this happen on payday? Yeah, it happens, when we least expect it, to be honest with you. And I'm trying to get to these comments, and I'm scrolling up, but there's just so many comments, so, I mean, I do apologize if I missed any of your comments. Yeah, I mean, this is a great buying opportunity. It really is. No, and I always say, it could be a fake wall. Yeah, you're absolutely right. It could be a fake wall. And that's why you really want to pay attention to that order book and see if those orders are falling off, or if they're rapidly moving them throughout the order book. And I've seen, a couple hundred, a couple thousand, depending on what cryptocurrency you're looking at. I've seen those orders move, and especially on Litecoin. We would see a 3,000 Litecoin purchase just rapidly move within the order book. And those are bots. Those are bots trying to manipulate the price. So yeah, if they're coming off and going on, coming off and going on, yeah, they're trying to create a fake wall. So this at $26 for 1,896 1,896 Litecoins. I mean, it's still there, but that could easily be a fake wall. People want to take profit. I don't blame them. I really do not blame them for taking profit. I took profit. I mean, I sold all of my, I had 15 left, and I sold it, unfortunately, at 310. When the last that I sold 5 to $400. I should have sold everything at $400. But yeah, I was like, you know what? Let me just get out at 310, lock in the profits. If it dips further, that's great. I can actually buy more. Yeah, money's definitely flowing to USD. It definitely is. And when that money is going to be utilized on these cryptocurrencies, it could be a crazy move to the upside. And that's when FOMO is going to kick in. What is BTS? I don't even know what BTS is. Bike shares. Okay. Yeah, Bitfinex was having issues yesterday, and I think today too. Yeah, I knew they were going through that denial of service attack. Yeah, but interest rate, I mean, they've been hiking it, a quarter of a basis point, though. It's not, they just started hiking it. I mean, this is the third, interest rate hike that they've done since December. So interest rate hike should not really be affecting this, considering this is the third interest rate hike that they've done. Yeah, there's definitely, bad news that's being put out somewhere, somehow, to cause this massive, sell-off. And I did promise somebody I would cover IOTA, so I'm going to see if I can just get to some of these comments real quick. No one's buying, miners are taking profit. Yeah, it's crazy if they are. 310 is a support? I don't know, man. 310 might be the resistance. I just sold at 310 and it went up to 316. So, you know, if on the 15-minute candlesticks, I would say really major resistance is going to be right at the 342, possibly 345 if it even gets up there. But yeah, it could have a hard time at 317 if it attempts to get up there. I got out at 310, and that was right at this candlestick here. Zagar, I agree with that comment, man. Everybody needs to relax. Long-term outlook is good. But you're gonna have panic selling. You're gonna have people panicking, especially if they're down on their capital. They are gonna panic. It's just human nature. But yeah, long term, if they can stomach this, and I hope if they're long-term investors, if they're not sitting here and torturing themselves by watching this live stream or really looking at the chart. I hope they're not, because I mean it's pure torture. Watching your capital just dwindle. I don't know, man. I don't know, the truth seeker. This is a major sell-off, bud. Especially if she cracks 2,000. If BTC cracks 2,000, she's going to crack that 1913 easily. And she's close to doing it. I mean, she's only $275 away. Whales aren't back yet. I think whales are dumping. Yeah, banks are in with their bots manipulating it down. Yeah, or the exchanges are manipulating it down. I don't know about investing in any crypto right now, to be honest with you. I mean, you got to really pick and choose. You got to pick and choose. I stay away from crap coins, but, the top 10, the most dominating cryptocurrencies. Yeah, I mean, buying them, in some of these levels, and I wouldn't go all in, but I would probably try to get some skin in the game. I wouldn't purchase 10 at this current price on BTC. I'm happy at 16.15 if it gets there. But if I really want a skin in the game, to purchase 1 or 2 at this level. That's what I would possibly be looking if I wanted to get skin in the game. But right now, I don't want any skin in the game. And I took majority of my profit and took it off the table. You like how I refer to BTC as she, the mother of all crypto. Yeah, I got a habit of referring to all cryptocurrencies as she for some apparent reason. Yeah, and you probably heard me say that a lot on every live stream. If she cracks this, if she cracks that. Yeah, I don't know why I do that, to be honest with you. 297.90. Oh, man, this could be dangerous territory. Let's see, Abdullah, you're down 20,000 from last night. Not even breaking a sweat. Good, man. Good. I'm glad you're not panicking. I know you had a lot of Ripple. I don't know if you end up locking in profits. And yeah, I don't know. I haven't seen you on the live stream in a little bit, but I did have Ripple. I bought 5,000 Ripples, and of course, they charged me commission, so they took 5 Ripples out of that. But I bought it at 23,711, and I was like, you know what? I didn't cut it loose at 29. When it went up to 29, I didn't cut it loose at 28. Finally, I cut it loose at 25, and I was like, it's a profit. I'll take it. I'll lock it in. This dip is going to be happening, and I would rather have a little bit of cash, even though the profit was minimal. It wasn't enough to take. It wasn't even enough to take myself out to dinner. She is a nautical terminology. Yeah, I refer to everything as she for some apparent reason. So, hopefully I didn't offend any ladies out there. But yeah, it's just like, everybody's car, they name her after a female, so like, I don't know. It's just, it's a force of habit, I would say. All right, let's take, I think I got into all the comments. I hope I did. But let's go ahead and look at some of these charts and see, if we can find a great entry and see what levels she's actually going to be breaking. But I did tell someone I'll take a look at IOTA, so I do apologize, and I'm going to take a look at it now. What are we at? 38 cents. I mean, this thing has come down. And the thing is, and I've said it before with some of these cryptocurrencies that you guys asked me to take a look at, there's just not much data. There's not much data to go off. And I did really analyze this yesterday. I really went into details, looking at the chart from the beginning and talking about possibly, what might have happened from when it was listed to yesterday's price. But yeah, I mean, she is downtrending. She is definitely downtrending, and it looks like she is going to possibly break. I mean, 33.123 was the low that it touched. 33.451 was the second low that she touched. 33.9 was the third low that she touched. Current price 35.911. Yeah, I mean, she's going to come down. She is going to come down. But how low is she going to go? I have no clue. She doesn't have any support, if that makes sense, because we don't have much data to go off. This is really the all-time lows that she's been touching, and she's only on this exchange. She's not on any other exchanges at all. So I don't know. This might pique my interest if she gets, to 25-ish, below 20. Below 20, I would definitely take a position. I would definitely take a position, maybe $1,000 worth. I don't think I would put the whole, $2,000 in it, considering that's really all that I have in USD on Bitfinex. But yeah, $25, I would be interested. At $20, I'm sorry, $20. At 25 cents, it would definitely pique my interest. And at 20 cents, I would definitely take a position. But that's as long as she's going to stabilize. And, the exponential moving average would have to indicate that to me. The RSI would have to indicate that to me. There would have to be a lot more indication instead of just saying, oh, if I hit 20, I'm going to take a position. I got to analyze a bunch of stuff. But, at $20, at 20 cents, not $20, it would definitely pique my interest a lot better. Let's look at the full order book and see, are there any buyers at 20 cents? Not many. 28 cents, there's 100,000. And then, of course, you got people throwing in crazy, crazy lowball offers to purchase 1 million at 0.00001. Wishful thinking. I don't think it'll get there, but it doesn't hurt to put in that order, if it does tank. IOTA on the BTC side, this is the lowest I've seen it, 16,650 BTC, 16,650 Satoshis. The other day it was like the low was 19,900 Satoshis or something to that extent. And I'm hoping you guys can hear me because I do see that the YouTube live stream is kind of frozen. So IOTA, if you guys are looking at IOTA and it's tanking and I'm looking at something else, shoot me a message, let me know. And I hope I see that message in a timely manner where I could possibly take a position, but we'll see. What's the RSI for Ethereum? RSI for Ethereum on Bitfinex. Let's take a look. Yeah, man, cigars. It's just not Ethereum that's looking scary. It's really everything else that's looking scary. And there's issues going on today with this charting system. My RSI is basically overlaying the actual chart, and it should not overlay the chart whatsoever. Let me get rid of RSI and then load it back up and see if that makes a difference. And RSI, for some of you who don't know what that means, it's a relative strength index. And basically, there we go. Now the RSI is cooperating. And anything under, 30-ish or under is considered oversold. Anything above 75 is considered overbought. And that's usually when traders look to take profit. That's when it peaks above 75, and they look to get an entry when it's, getting to 30 or under 30. But yeah, RSI is still down. I mean, it was down at 7 a.m. RSI had basically gone below. I'm going to say right around 27. It was definitely under 30. Buyers didn't support it though. There is no support at these RSI levels whatsoever. I mean, even down here, RSI dipped to 22, and there was no support. I mean, it's just completely just downtrending and downtrending. So RSI is not a good indicator at all to take a position in this bear market, in this major bear market. This is not even a minor bear market. I mean, this is just giving back every profit that it had taken, or the increase in market cap that it had. It has completely given it all up. It looks like the low that we set was 200 and what is this? I gotta zoom in closer. $274.90. So let's just say 275 bucks is what it touched. And let me know, guys. I think the live stream is down. It's telling me it's unable to connect to chat. So as long as you guys are able to see this live stream and hear me, I'm cool with that. But yeah, RSI is low. But right now, RSI doesn't mean anything at all. I would be probably looking at more at the EMA and really looking at the order book to see where the buyers and the sellers are stacked up. And right now, sellers are outweighing. I mean, there's a seller right below this. So 1,544 on the sell side, 294 on the buy side. I mean, we got somebody just looking to unload 1,081 Ethereums at 297.10, 286, 283. So I'm glad I got out at 310, locked in, you know, a better profit than trying to lock in a profit at 281. And the hardest thing is trying to get out when the crowd is lined up at the door trying to do the exact same thing that you're trying to do. You always want to do the opposite of what the crowd is doing. When there's FOMO kicking in and the price is skyrocketing, you should be locking in profits as it's going up. Don't sell everything, but you should be locking in profits. You want to do the opposite of what the crowd is doing. When the exit line, you know, is just packed with sellers, it's going to be hard for you to get out. Everybody's rushing to that exit door. So always keep that in mind. You know, do the opposite. Like Warren Buffett said, you know, be fearful when others are greedy, and be greedy when others are fearful. So when people are panicking, you should be buying. When FOMO and a hype is kicking in, you should be locking in profits on the way up. And that's what I've done with Ethereum. I mean, yeah, I locked in profit at 185, 200, 217, 400. You know, 400 was probably the greatest one. And then recently just got rid of everything at 310. But yeah, I mean, you know, who knew that it was going to be heading up to 400 bucks when I was locking in profit at 185 and 200 and 217? I mean, no one knew. But yeah, ECS is right. So if you guys didn't see this message, I mean, if you're planning on holding anything long term, I mean, don't torture yourself. You know, do not torture yourself. Don't put yourself through that. Because this is stressful. I mean, this is not easy, guys. I'm going to be very honest with you. Trading is hard. It's not easy, especially when you're down on your capital. You're down on your profit, it's okay. Yeah, you know, you're like, oh man, I could have had a higher profit, but you know what? I'm still locking in some profit. But when you're down on your capital, I mean, it kicks you. It kicks you when you're down. But yeah, I'm down on Ethereum. I'm sorry, I'm down on Litecoin right now. I mean, I'm really down. $5. That's 1,500 bucks, just about a little under 1,500 bucks. But it's a great opportunity for me to add to it. You know, if we get a nice drop, and I'm looking, you know, possibly to see if it drops to 20 bucks. Tracy, I agree with that comment 100%. I don't know who you were listening to, but yeah, I would definitely love to know. And she's basically indicating she just listened to a good report that these bot buying are big hands trying to shake out weak hands. Oh, all the time. You know, there's big bears, you know, trying to shake out little bears. And there's, you know, big bulls trying to shake out little bulls. I mean, there's just so much manipulation. Really, there is. It's a lot. IOTA down to 33 cents. Ripple down to 22 cents. I'm glad I got rid of it at 25. Monero, you know, I would love to see Monero dip. I would actually rather put money in Monero, the 2,100 bucks that I have. Let's take a look at ETC. ETC, I'm still in the profit, but man, did I give up a lot of the profit. Yeah, right now, guys, RSI doesn't mean crap, to be honest with you. I'm sorry if I offend anybody with my language, but yeah, it doesn't mean anything at this current moment. Do not follow RSI if you're a day trader. RSI is not a good indicator for you to be getting in because it's gone way below 30 numerous times and or touched 30, and it just was not a good indicator at all. Here maybe, down here maybe it would have been a good indicator when it dropped to 1560. RSI basically got down to 25, and then RSI kind of hit 70 right up here. So yeah, this would have been a great indicator, but right now there's no good indicators at all on RSI indicating that there is going to be a turnaround, especially on the half-hour candlestick chart. 15 minutes doesn't look too good. I mean, nothing looks good today. I'm sorry to say this, but nothing looks good. And if big whales come in and start unloading, I mean, this is going to tank further. And I'm surprised some of these exchanges haven't gone down today, like completely gone down. If this makes it back up to 16 bucks, if it makes it back up to 16 bucks, I will be looking at getting out of Ethereum, and I would be looking at getting rid of everything. Let's see, maybe right up here at the hump. I doubt she's going to get to 17. I doubt it. Yeah, it might be 1675. If she gets up to 1675, that's my mental stop to say, you know what, I'm out. I'm going to take my profit that I, basically bought at 614 or whatever it was. Yeah, it's a dangerous territory to be holding, especially watching your profit just kind of dwindle. I haven't even done the math to see how much I have in USD basically, but it's definitely down from the 22,000 that it was. And these are just all profits that I'm giving up. All profits, no capital. So chat is not working for some reason. Let me just type out a message. I got unable to connect, but maybe you guys got the message. Yeah, let me know if you guys are able to hear me and you guys are able to see the actual live stream and you're able to see me switching charts. Let me know. All right, below 2200, below 2200. So she is cracking below 2200. Still above 2234 though, or above 2200 on Gemini. What was the volume on Gemini? Man, where's my order book on this? Definitely a lot of sellers stacking up. A lot of sellers. I mean, under 1 BTC, I can care less, but I mean, seeing 128, 36, 17, 11, 10, bunch of 10s. What's the buying looking like? Ooh. Not much on the buying. We got 30,950 that are stacked up. I just don't know where under 2,177 that they're stacked up. It just says 30,000, let's just say 31,000. 31,000 under 2,191 are stacked up. I just can't go that far. ECS, are you guys able to hear me at all? Maybe let me refresh the live stream. All right, now the stream is working. Oh man, I missed all these comments. Mine was completely frozen. Oh, let me see. I was wondering, I'm like, man, nobody's chatting. All right, let me see. Oh man. Yeah, I cashed out of Ethereum, man. I got out at 310. I didn't like the way it looked. I really did not like the way it looked at all. And I was very fortunate, I guess, to get out at that level. And I basically, I sold everything. I sold everything. And I informed everybody on our Slack chat. So I will, if I take a position, I will notify the general Slack chat that I took a position in something. And if I take an exit, I'll notify the whole group. And I've done that with Ripple, Ethereum, when I sold 50 of the Ethereum Classics that I have. And then once I sold the 15 Ethereums at 310, I notified the whole group. Let's see. What do I think about Roger Ver registering the Bitcoin.com domain in 2008 before the white paper? Did he? No, he's not Satoshi. Definitely not, dude. If he was Satoshi, he's got to prove it to us. He's got to move those coins. If anybody says they're Satoshi, it's like, well, did prove it. Move those coins. Prove to us that you are Satoshi. He's definitely not Satoshi. Definitely not. I don't think he's that smart. I mean, smart investor, yes. But I don't think he's that smart to be able to create something that's going to completely destabilize the financial industry and revolutionize how we transact in the sense of currency. Yeah, I don't know, man. I don't know. Is he Satoshi or one of the creators? He moved to Japan in 2008, did he? I don't know. I have no clue, man. But I mean, the only way he can prove it is by moving those coins. Gotta move them. TJ. That's too funny, buddy. That's too funny. The reason, and somebody asked me that reason why I refer to females. I mean, I'm sorry. Why I refer to cryptos as females, because I always say she. And TJ saying the reason that you refer to cryptos in a feminine pronoun might be because they're unpredictable and crazy like women. I'll have to tell my wife that. She'll get a kick out of it. Buying spree? I don't know, Tracy. I don't know. This is more like a selling spree. This is like a mass exodus. Really, that should have been the title. I'm actually, mass exodus is going to be the title. Mass exodus, major sell-off. No, this is a mass exodus, guys. Or ladies. Mass exodus. Yeah, I mean, everybody's lining up to exit out the door. Everybody is. Yeah, way too volatile is and and that's the reason, a lot of these big time investors. I mean, Mark Cuban, he tweeted about Bitcoin, but he's not an investor. I mean, because he knows just how volatile it is. They want something stable. They want something to grow continuously, and then they can lock in the profit. But having these crazy up and down swings, I mean, swinging 800 and swinging 700, it's too volatile. It is, and I love it. I really do love it. I don't like to see anybody lose money, and I've said that before on my live streams. I don't want to see anybody lose money. I want to see you guys make money, or ladies. But yeah, it's way too volatile, and for day traders, this is day traders' dream, or even investor to find a very good entry, especially if you're brand new to the cryptocurrency market and you're like, yeah, I want to get into Bitcoin, and you saw it at 3,000. And you were ready to buy at 3,000, but you just hadn't set up the account and you haven't funded the exchange. You're probably looking at this now and being like, wow, I'm glad the money didn't go through right away. I'm glad there was a 4 or 5 day waiting period, because I would have bought in at 3,000 and feeding into the hype. Yeah, perfect timing to buy Ethereum. Yeah, we'll see how far it dips. I might buy back. Definitely not buying above 280. That's for sure. But yeah, this is dipping 276. 276 for Ethereum, 2536 for Litecoin, 2151. Let's see if she's going to crack. If she cracks, like I said, I mean, let's go back to really looking at Bitcoin. But yeah, this is the hardest thing, is trying to pick out, okay, you know what? I'm positioning myself for a great setup here. I got USD on the sideline waiting to take a position, but what do you take a position in? You take a position in Bitcoin? You take a position in Ethereum? Do you put it in Litecoin? I mean, what do you put it in? You know, so it's a hard decision. It's a good problem to have, of course. It's a good problem to have. All right, cracked under 21. So my prediction from yesterday didn't come through right away, or my speculation that if it cracked 24, and I said this on our Slack chat, that it was lights out until 2100, and she has cracked 2100. And that next level is that 1913. If she cracks 1913, I'm sorry, guys. I'm sorry. I'm going to apologize right now. It's going to go down further. And I would be happy to support this thing at 1615. I will give it support. I got to let it come to me. All right, sorry I had to mute that. Let's see. Joe Ross, welcome, buddy. Bought Ethereum at 230, and again at 350. A little nervous, yeah. 230 isn't bad. Yeah, but that 350 though, that would make me nervous. Yeah, and I don't know if you locked in any profit. You know, I mean, if you bought it at 230, you bought it before, you know, it skyrocketed to 420. You should have definitely been locking in profits. You know, I highly recommend locking in profits. And it's okay to leave a little bit on the table, you know, but let's just say, I mean, I had 50. I just started selling 10. I started selling 10, and then I started selling 5. I started selling 5. It's always good to lock in profit on the way up. But yeah, that 350, yeah, it's a little high. Yeah, that would definitely, that would make me nervous. But yeah, it's, you know, the problem right now is what do I buy? Do I wait for BTC to possibly correct more? Or do I support Litecoin and lower my cost average to maybe 27.5 instead of $30.36? This is still the beginning of Cryptoverse. It will be fine. Yeah, I hope it'll be fine. The looks of it now, though, I don't know. Yeah, Ethereum's breaking. It broke that level 285, 260. I mean, this could hit 200. Could easily hit 200. Cigar, you're down on list in Sycon. Yeah, I mean, you're not the only one, buddy. You're not the only one. There's a lot of people that are in the same boat as you are. They're down. They're down. Michael Wu, welcome. Yeah, JESUS, you know, OMG. Yeah, I don't know, man. This could be a fake out, you know, from 2088 to 2166. There's nothing pretty about any of these charts currently right now. Any prediction for tomorrow? Oh, man. I wish I had the crystal ball. I don't know. We'll have to see. We'll have to see throughout the day and how this plays out to see if this kind of levels out on different time frames. And then when it levels out and starts to curve up and we see that there are more buyers that are outweighing the sellers, then yeah, there might be a turnaround. Until then, until we see that, until the probability of this thing turning around, you know, by looking at just about as much data as we can, there's no way to tell. Nobody can tell you what the prediction is for tomorrow, unfortunately. Nobody knows. And if they tell you they know, take it with a grain of salt, please. Yeah, in the sense of market cap, I think you're right. ETC, oh, not ETC, I'm sorry. Ethereum will take over BTC in the sense of market cap. And I mean, I looked at market cap today. It was only, I mean, I'm sure it's down. I'm sure it's down a lot more than what it was. Let's see. and they gave up, $12 billion. So that money's going somewhere. It's going to USD. Ethereum down to 28. Wow, 28 billion market cap. Market cap's 94 million. Oh, I'm sorry, 94.6 billion dollar market cap. So I mean, it's given up $18 billion in a matter of a very short period of time. And I mean, look at BTC's dominance. Under 40% is BTC's dominance. Higher lows? Yeah, man. It's not too much of a higher low, to be honest with you. Yeah, it's a fake out. It's a fake out higher low, to be honest with you. It'll be setting lower lows pretty soon. Pretty soon. Not too many on the selling side now on GDAX. Selling side has really subsided. I mean, 2.8 is the most. 19.79 on the buy side at $2,197.79. That doesn't make sense. So my order book has to be frozen because the current price is $2,166. Why would somebody want to pay, $20 more, $25 more for it? All right, that's more like it. Yeah, I think the overall stock market is going to be down. Is it 930 yet? 933. Let's take a look and see. MasterCard down 2%. Nike down almost 2%. Facebook down 1.5. Apple's not doing too bad. Let's take a look and see how much the Dow Jones has dropped. Actually, it's not too bad, 0.3%. That's not bad at all. $65 drop, $62 drop. So the overall market is holding up pretty well, and I do like that, considering I have 401k, and I want to see those 401ks do well. But yeah, I think tech is weighing down the overall stock market today. You bought List at $1 and sold it a bit early at 3. It went to 4. No, dude, I think you did pretty well. You did very well, Tracy. Honestly, that's an awesome trade. You bought it at $1 and you sold at 3. That's okay. That's all right. That you left $1 on the table. There's nothing wrong with that. You didn't get too greedy. Because if you said, hey, I'm going to sell at 4, and then it gets close to 4, you're like, nah, it's going to hit 5. I'm going to sell at 5, and it never makes it there. So you stuck to your plan. You bought at 1. You got out at 3. That's great. Don't kick yourself over that at all. That it went up an extra $1. Yeah, that's what I think too, Mystery Dude. Everybody's cashing out to fiat. Because if they weren't cashing out to fiat, alts would be going up. And the market cap would not have gone down $16 billion. People fleeing to USD. $63 people on this live stream. Wow. Thank you, guys. I appreciate you joining. I really do. And yeah, and if you find this information helpful, please click that like button. And, today's not a day that I would do a normal live stream. They're normally Mondays, Wednesdays, and Fridays. And I did inform everybody I have something going on Friday that it's not going to be a normal live stream. So if I do a live stream on Friday, it'll probably be later. And if I can't do a live stream on Friday, I'll try to make up for it on Saturday. But yeah, this is kind of spur of the moment live stream. So if you had that post notification clicked on, you would have definitely been notified that I'm actually doing a live stream. I'm surprised that gold is down 20%. I am very surprised. Because usually when the market's going up, gold is going down and the market's not going up. When the market's going down, gold is going up. So that's, yeah, something's happening. Something crazy is happening. And I mean, this could be the start of a crazy financial bubble, whether it's a crypto or, whether it's a traditional financial market. Where's the fiat going? It's sitting right in their exchange, waiting for the opportunity to pounce at Bitcoin dropping below 2,000. That's possibly, or Ethereum dropping below 200. I mean, it's given up. I mean, if Ethereum drops to 200, I mean, it's given up over 50%, over 50%, and BTC is going to be given up, 33% if it gets down to 2,000 from 3,000 to 2,000. It's going to be giving up 33%. But it could easily give up 45%. And it could easily give up 50% before it decides to correct. And I've seen sometimes where they correct, 40 to 60%, 60% at the most, before there's a nice correction. Okay, 2%. So gold is down 2%. Whew, scared me a little bit there. I'm like, all right, there's trouble in the horizon for gold to be down 20%, because gold is a safe haven. When people are fearful of the market and it's in a bubble, it's going to crash. Yeah, money goes into gold. So 2%, yeah, it's not too bad. Better than 20%. Anthony Channel, not a problem, man. I'm just glad you corrected it, because I would have been thinking the whole time, man, 20%, something is going on. Coinbase just crashed. I'm still logged in, so maybe if I go to attempt to make a trade, maybe it won't allow me to. But yesterday I thought about shorting. I really did, and I thought about shorting Litecoin at like $29, and it got to like 28 and change, and I was like, let me cancel that 29. I was like, I'm getting ready to go to bed. I don't want to leave it open to take a short position at $29, and then I have it go up on me to 30, 31, and then I would be down a lot. But yeah, I seriously thought about shorting 329 at that $29 price point, and it got to, what did it get to? Let's see. That was last night. $28, 27-ish, 28.30. But yeah, that would have been a nice short if I would have stuck with it and shorted at $29. Now it's hitting 25. That would have been a $4 profit per coin times 329. Yeah, it would have been a significant profit. But yeah, you can't go to bed with an open short position. You're asking for trouble. All right, 2177. And I mean, I would love to look at CryptoWatch, because CryptoWatch is just so much better in the charting. But you know what? Let's do that. And I can just kind of, unfortunately, I hate opening up their depth chart and their order book. But no, we'll get it opened up. But yeah, I can only see, let's see, 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, like 13 of the top buyers and 13 of the top sellers. And I need a lot more data than that. I need to be able to see a lot more. So let's see if this candlestick that formed after the low is going to be a fake out. And considering, it's not even getting up halfway of the previous candlestick, yeah, it's a bull trap. Complete bull trap. All of these were bull traps. I mean, you're thinking, oh, nice, it bottomed out here, and now it's making its way up, especially for long-term investors. For traders, I mean, they know when to get out, they know when to get in. But from, 2210, having to get up to 2487, yeah, day traders are loving that. But for long-term investors, yeah, this was a complete trap. Thinking, okay, what, we bottomed here, we're starting to get up to the upside. But as you can see, when we zoom in, it starts to curl. And it starts to curl, and you can see our moving average, our small moving average, which is in orange, kind of got above it. But what do you know? It just violently dipped. And if you were watching this, you would know, hey, you know what? Let me get out. The candlesticks are starting to turn. Our moving averages are starting to turn. I'm out. But for long-term investors that don't look at that, they think, you know what, hey, I'm going to buy here and I'm going to hold it because it'll make it back up to 28 to 3,000. Complete trap. Yeah, if Ethereum goes down below 200, oh man, I would love to buy it below 200. I mean, I bought it at 177. That was my purchase price. And I sold at 185, 200, 217, 400, and then I just got rid of everything at 310. I would love to buy it. I would love to buy it back at 177. Yeah, you know, the selling, who's asking this? Joe. Joe's saying the people who bought 10 to 20 are dumping hard right now. But what happens after those people dump and take profit? Then the selling stops. The sellers have exhausted everything that they want to sell, and now buyers are stepping in. So then, you know, more buying will outweigh the selling. Selling will diminish. You know, once they're done selling, they have nothing else to sell. And that's what we're basically trying to figure out, is trying to catch this bottom when the sellers have subsided. Right now, the sellers have not subsided. But any type of correction we're seeing, if you're a long-term investor, it's a bull trap. It is not a clear indication that this market is going to turn around. Thoughts on VERI? Man, I have no clue, to be honest with you, at this moment. And I wouldn't mind taking a look at it, but it's just the wrong time for me to look at that now, considering there's crazy things that are going on. But yeah, sorry I'm not able to take a look at VERI. But yeah, join the live stream. You know, when there isn't anything crazy happening, I'm always happy to take a look at some of the cryptocurrencies you guys are asking me to take a look at. And I've looked at tons of them on previous live streams. But just, yeah, today's not the day, and I do apologize. How to exchange into fiat with your Bitcoins. I mean, your exchange has to be able to offer it. So if your exchange doesn't offer, you know, USD, there's no way you can sell into USD. You're trapped going into an alt that could possibly drop. And there aren't too many exchanges that allow you to trade in USD. Now, if they allow you to trade in USDT, which Poloniex does, then you might be somewhat safe going into USDT, because it's supposed to be pegged 1-for-1 to the US dollar. So, you know what, let's take a look at USDT right now. It's probably at $1.04, to be honest with you, or it might even be higher. I think it's going to be higher than what it's supposed to be pegged at, because there is flight that's happening. And the flight is either going to be to USDT or it's going to be to USD fiat. Tether is $1.02. It's always supposed to be at $1. And I've seen this thing get up to $1.04, and I've seen it drop to 91 cents. So yeah, I would say people are not going to USDT currently right now at the moment. $21.46. If she cracks 2,000, whew, it's gonna be problems. There's gonna be trouble in the horizon. This is like thunder in paradise. This all stinks of manipulation. Yeah, it happens every day, man. It really does happen every single day. I said it on our Slack, and I forget who I said it to. You know, I smell a conspiracy to take out stop losses, especially when what was it, Litecoin dropping to 21 bucks, Monero dropping to $16 from 58 bucks within a matter of seconds. That was a whole conspiracy to take out stop losses when everybody was sleeping. You know, it's a conspiracy. It really is. But, you know, this is the risk that we take. This is the risk we take for being in this market. And I'm trying to scroll up to see some of these messages. Yeah, ECS, man, you've been talking about that for a while. You know, about the chart comparison overlay that you've done. I mean, I remember that from a while ago. And man, should have taken that to heart. You know, but who knew? Who knew that this was going to do that? You know, I think you had a better idea since you did the chart overlays than probably anybody else that I know. If I bought Ethereum at 10 to 20 bucks and I had 1,000, I would have already dumped. I would have already sold, buddy. I would have been selling, you know, 350, 450. Well, actually not 450, but 400 bucks. Yeah, I would have been unloading then. I wouldn't be waiting for this dip to try to get out. I mean, having 1,000 to try to get out when the market is tanking, dude, everybody's lining up at that door. Yeah, this is all panic selling. This is not early investors. Early investors, man, I mean, they know to lock in the profits on the way up. They know. I mean, this is complete panic selling. And a lot of times they're going to be panic selling when it bottoms out at the bottom. And I see that a lot. I think the manipulators are waiting for it to bottom out. And if the manipulators are the actual exchanges, they know where everybody is looking to buy. I mean, especially if they have limit. I mean, they can see my limit buy order at 1,615. They can see that. And if a lot of people are stacked up at that price point, they're not going to let it get to that price point. They're going to buy it above that price point because they know that that's a support where the crowd is lining up to buy, possibly. I don't know yet. You know, considering I can't really see the whole order book on GDAX. But maybe I'll take a look at it on Bitfinex and see Bitfinex, you know, at that $1,700 range, how many buyers are stacked up. You're not selling one ETH. I got rid of everything. Well, not everything. I got rid of all my Ether. I had 15 left. I dumped it. I dumped the 15 at 310. I dumped 5 at 350, I think. Let's see. I mean, you guys have access to my order book. You can see everything, you know, what I bought and what I sold. So let's see. I mean, I was selling at 185. I sold 10 at 185, and these are all that I bought at 177. I sold 10 at 200. I sold 10 at 217. I sold 5 at 400, and then I sold the 15 at 310. But I'm not selling any Litecoins though. Even though Litecoin is down under 25 bucks. Should have sold it. If I hadn't already sold it, there's no sense in me selling now, to be honest with you. So I'm holding on to that. No, wells are not back in. They are not. If they were, this would be correcting. I mean, this would be correcting. I mean, Ethereum Classic, there's no correction at all, guys. I mean, this is a complete breakdown. Ripple getting down to 21 cents. Ripple gets down to 10 cents. I think I would buy it. This is just all institutional money that went in. So institutional money going in, now institutional money going out. Is that what you're thinking? Possibly. Possibly. Ether going sub 250? Yeah, easily it could. It could. And I'm waiting for to see if BTC is going to crack 2,000. And we're going to take a look at the chart very closely on Crypto Watch. But I definitely want to keep an eye out on Bitfinex to see what Bitfinex is going to do. So I'm debating, should I even buy one Bitcoin at 2,096 bucks and 65 cents to see if it gets to that level? All right, definitely want to pull up the chart. Let's take a look at the order book and see where buyers and sellers are stacked up on Bitfinex. So 2122 on Bitfinex, 2108, 2108, 2107. Man, when I said if it breaks 2400, it was lights out to 21. I didn't think that would actually happen. How low will ETH go? It's a matter of figuring out how low BTC is going to go. It's going to follow suit. And if it wasn't for BTC going down, I mean, you know, this whole market would be stable. It really would. Sub 200 you're in. I would love to see it at 150. I doubt it'll get there. Monero dipped to 16 bucks on the 12th, and I was actually doing a live stream on the 12th on Bitfinex, and I showed it earlier, but I will show it again. It was quick. It was a quick drop, pure manipulation. Yeah, there's definitely issues going on. There's definitely latency going on right now with Bitfinex. The charts don't even really want to line up properly. Possible connection interruption is the error that I'm getting. So let's see. I'll show you exactly. And I don't know if you're on our Slack. If you're on our Slack, you know, chat, I did post it. I did a screenshot of it and posted it. I did one for Monero and I did one for Litecoin when they dropped Litecoin to 21 bucks. So let me go ahead and enlarge this. Here's that drop. And this is on, actually, let's get a little granular and really look at this instead of on the half-hour chart, on the 1 minute chart to see exactly how that dropped. All right, I don't think Bitfinex is going to allow me to look at the 1 minute chart. But this was a drop. And I mean, there was a good amount of coins exchanged. 30.5 thousand. So a little under 31,000 coins were exchanged. And that was just mainly selling that happened. But I mean, look, I mean, they brought it down. Sellers brought it down all the way down to 16 bucks. And then of course, I mean, people had, you know, limits in. And I mean, this was at 1:30 in the afternoon. I mean, normally this is done in the morning, you know, when everybody is sleeping. But they crashed it when everybody was awake. And this could have been the exchanges doing that, knowing that, hey, you know what, people got sell limits in. Let's go ahead and knock out those sell limits that they have in. But yeah, they brought it down all the way, and they brought it down very rapidly, very quick. And what do you know? You know, people that had low ball orders in, slowly but surely rose it right back up. But yeah, it went from a high of 45, let's just say 46 bucks to a low of $16. So that was the drop there, guys. All right, 2100. What is it on Bitfinex? Oof, $2,076. BTC dropping to 1350. Wow. I mean, I'm still in the profit. But man, it was just tapping out at like 23 bucks. And that's recently. Let's see. I'm not going to click on the link about CNBC, but let's see. What is the title there? Major Bitcoin exchanges hit by cyber attacks as record rally makes them a target. Yeah. Did they say what? I'm not going to click on the link, but did they say what exchanges got hit? No, there's no respect of support or resistance in this type of market. It's just everybody's lining up at the door. Everybody's lining up. So really, I mean, what's happening is at every uptick, at every little minor correction to the upside that we're having, you know, they're bringing it down. They're selling. Or shorts could be shorting, you know, possible resistance that they see. At every little uptick, they're shorting those upticks, possibly. I mean, that could have been a big whale that just shorted, or, you know, a trading room that just completely shorted and brought this market down. BTC sub 2100, yeah, 2077. I mean, that 1913, it's not going to sustain the 1913, unfortunately, guys. It's not going to sustain it at all. 2078. So the order book, that's what I needed to look at. I needed to look at the whole order book. Somebody wants Ethereum bad? I don't know, man. I want it, but I don't want it at this price. You know, I haven't gotten a good confirmation at all that this is a great turnaround. I need the whole order book. Let's look at the full book. Joe Mama, welcome, buddy. It's good to see you. when will we bounce back? I don't know, man. If I decide to walk from where I am to where I used to live in York, PA, and that's if I decide to walk, then yeah, by then it might bounce back. You know, I mean, it would. Who's this? Ed V. You're saying, you know, you wish you were on Bitfinex if you saw Monero to 16 bucks. You wouldn't have had enough time. Unless you had a buy limit order already in the book, you wouldn't have been able to react fast enough to it, to be honest with you. It moved way too fast. Bots can react to it, but yeah, we would not have been able to react to it that fast. I wouldn't have been able to, and I'll be honest with you. Unless you had a buy limit in there. That's the only way. BTC will hit 1,000 this weekend, somebody's saying. 1,000 steep. Wish it was payday. Yeah, I'm sure a lot of people wish it was payday. All right, let me take a look at this full order book and see. $2,120. Somebody's looking to unload 100. The selling seems to be subsided until that price point, 2120, which isn't that far from where it is now. Buying, yeah, I mean 20, 30, 25, 30, 20, 102 at 2,050. So 102 is pretty good. That's a pretty good support line there. 4 people looking to purchase, probably 50 a piece. I'm sorry, 25 a piece. But that's looks like a good support. And then we got 49, we got 95. I mean, these could be easily taken out. Or these could be short sellers covering their short position. Because remember when I said, I mean, when they short something, they're borrowing something and selling it. That's not theirs. So they gotta borrow something and they gotta sell it right away at a very high price. And then as the price dips, they have to buy back. They have to cover that short position and return those coins back to where they borrowed them from. So this could be short covering, possibly, which short sellers provide liquidity to the market. They have to buy. So they are going to be possibly bringing the market back up because they have to buy in order to return those coins back to where they purchased them or where they borrowed them from. But let's look under 2,000 and see what is happening under 2,000. Oh, here we go. Here we go. 49 people lined up at exactly 2,000 for 555 Bitcoins. That's huge. That is huge. What's 555 times 2,000? Oof. $1.1 million. $1,110,000. So that 2,000 I am going to be paying attention to very close because that's a big support there. And of course, look at, I mean, you know, there's 5 people trying to undercut them. And they're like, I will purchase it at 2,010 cents. I'm going to undercut that 2,000 buyer. And I would be doing the same thing too if I was interested for it added at 2,000. Yesterday I was interested at 2,000. I definitely was, but with the way the market's reacting right now, I don't know. Another support at 1842 for 100. But that 555 at 2,000 is going to be basically the biggest support we see. 1,500, almost 200. How many people are lined up? One person is looking to purchase 196.91 at $1,505. There we go. 500 at 1,240. Two people stacked up. Whew, this could be scary. This could be scary. Yeah, sorry, buddy. This person's got 2,500 bucks or 2,800 bucks. 20. Yeah. Oh, actually, here we go. 2,800 bucks. Somebody's looking to unload 2,000. I'm sorry, 256 bitcoins. I doubt it's going to get to 2,800 bucks. I doubt it. Not now. Over time, yes. Definitely not anytime soon. All right, let's get out of here and really take a look at this chart and try to find some sort of an entry. 81 people in this live stream. That is sweet. Thank you guys so much. And if you find this information helpful, please click on that like button. It does help other people find this live stream as well too. But this is great. And if you haven't subscribed yet, please click on that subscribe button so that you're notified every time I do a live stream, as well as a post notification. Because today is kind of a spur of the moment type of live stream. I don't do live streams on Thursdays, but considering what's happening, I felt like I had to. Well, think about it. I mean, Anthony, businesses who accept payment in BTC are probably dumping. A lot of businesses instantly converted to fiat. There are some businesses that will probably hold, a quarter or a tenth of the payment that they receive in Bitcoin. But majority of the businesses, I mean, it's instantly converted to fiat right away. I don't think a lot of businesses believe in holding Bitcoin unless, the owner is, a diehard cryptocurrency fanatic. Then he might say, you know what, I'm going to hold a quarter, or I'm going to hold 50% of the Bitcoins that I do receive. But yeah, if they're holding, yes, there's a possibility that they're selling, possibly. Get you to those other hot. Oh, excuse me. But yeah, let's see if this thing cracks. I mean, it's got to crack. 254. My son asked me yesterday, he's like, oh, what's my Doge doing? 116? Yeah, I mean, it's holding. It's holding. It hasn't really broken below 90 and just continuously dropping to 60. It's holding for him, so I'm sure he's somewhat happy about that, even though he's down. All right, let's get out of this and really take a look at the actual chart. And then once the sun starts to dip, I'll enlarge the chart. This guy's falling. Yeah, dude. Once this cracks 2,000 and cracks 1913, yeah, I'm gonna get rid of this order book here because I want a bigger chart. And I definitely got to zoom out of here. 1 hour. That's not going to do me justice. Unfortunately, 2 hour chart or 2 hour candlesticks. So let's go ahead and draw that line at 1913. 1913 cracks. If 1913 cracks, this 1887 is definitely going to crack. I'm going to put a line there. And if it doesn't crack, it might just consolidate right in between that 1913 and 1887.40, considering that was a high here before it really took off. 1834, 1850, looks like 1850. So I know those are very close together. But if she breaks that 1913, she can easily break this 1815. And once that 1815 breaks, ooh, I don't want to say it's night time, but it's going to put a hurt in. It's going to cause more fear, more panic. And I got to really look at the 4 hour chart. Oh, I forgot to tell you guys too. I bought Bitcoin down here. I got it at 6 cents. I don't know if you guys ever remember this drop on April 15th, 2017. So do you guys think I actually bought Bitcoin here at 6 cents? What do you guys think about this chart? Bitcoin going down from $1,186.60 to 6 cents. I'll leave that up for a little bit for you guys to take a look at. I know what happened. I remember what happened because I remember watching it. I took a screenshot of it, and I just don't know what happened to that screenshot that I took. Yeah, guys, if you haven't already sold, I mean, this isn't the price. This isn't the time to be selling. This is the time to be buying, honestly. That's why I still have Litecoin. I haven't sold any. Yeah, I should have sold a while ago. I didn't. So there's no sense in me selling now. Yes, I did sell Ethereum. I did sell Ethereum, but I bought Ethereum at 177. You know, I wasn't down. I was up. But, you know, considering I'm down on LTC, there's really no sense in me selling it. Always remember when you got in. Buy low, sell high. Yes, exactly. Not the opposite. Unless you're shorting. Unless you're shorting. Yeah, shorting, then yeah, you want to buy high. Buy hump coin. I don't know, man. I don't know. Coinbase is officially down. I haven't really looked at it yet, but I will look at it. I do have that order in, so yeah, guys. I mean, I highly recommend putting in these lowball offers, especially if you know the exchanges are going to go down. If they go down, you have no way of putting in an order in the book. Mad Max, you tried to buy in at 2,400. It's a good thing you didn't. It's a good thing Coinbase was giving you issues at that price. Because I'm sure a lot of people tried buying it, and a lot of people might have bought it. But yeah, I'm glad it gave you issues, man. Because now you can buy in cheaper. It's like trying to get blood out of stone on Coinbase. Yeah, you know, ECS is absolutely correct. You know, guys, do not take advice from chat box. You know, don't even take my advice, to be honest with you. I mean, you know, if you need to sell, you know, you need to sell. I can't tell you not to sell. You know, I personally would not be selling. I mean, I already sold because I sold it at a higher price than it's at now, and I was already in the profit with that. But I'm not selling Litecoin right now because I'm at a loss on it. I mean, I'm down. Yeah, I mean, if anybody advised anything for you to buy something, you should definitely take it with a grain of salt. I highly recommend that. Yeah, and Joe, I don't know if you were on here the other day, man, but yeah, no pumping of coins of any sort, no pumping an agenda of any sort. I don't want to see you get banned again, Joe. If you do get banned again, I can't unban you, bud. So yeah, please don't get banned, guys. When they are selling, you buy. Absolutely, absolutely. But no, I did not buy. Let me try to get to some of these comments. Yep, take your own advice, gather your own strategies. Exactly. If you get into a trade and it goes the wrong way, you're the only one to blame, not the person that told you to buy it. Doesn't Coinbase hold BTC? They aren't out buying. Oh no, they could be buying. Yeah, I mean, they have to hold BTC. They have to hold BTC. They have to hold Ethereum. They have to hold Litecoin because there are people that are buying on Coinbase.com. And when you're buying on Coinbase.com, you are buying from Coinbase. So they have to hold BTC, Ethereum, Litecoin to be able to sell to you. If they don't have it, they can't sell it. Maybe that's why somebody might have gotten an error when they were trying to buy it on Coinbase. But yeah, they will buy. They will definitely buy. And more than likely, they're going to buy it on the exchange because they can probably get it at a cheaper price. First loss is the best loss. Yeah, as long as it's not a lot, you know, don't take a big hit. Joe Mama, I know you weren't saying, you know, about pumping a coin, but yeah, if you tell anybody to buy something, that's considered pumping. And the moderators will, you know, they'll give you a warning first, but you know, I don't want to see you banned, bud. I just unbanned you. I don't want to see you banned. And you're from PA, you know. I mean, I had to click on your Facebook profile, and you know, you don't live too far from where I lived. I lived in York, PA, and basically traveled for work to Lancaster, Harrisburg, Hanover. Hanover was where my office was. I commuted from York. I covered York. I covered Hanover. I covered Lancaster. I mean, it was a huge territory. The whole Adams County I covered. But yeah, I don't want to see you banned, bud. You know, trading should not be a solo sport. It should not. You know, you can only really thrive in a community, to be honest with you. There's a lot of traders that try to do this on their own, and yeah, some of them might do well, but a lot of them will fail. You know, you need that support of the community, to be honest with you. All right, so I never bought Bitcoin at 6 cents. That was actually a bot that dropped the price, and the bot actually, from what I remember, only bought like 0.003. So somebody sold at a very low price, and that's what you see that dip. And I hate seeing this because it really confuses the chart. And now, you know, when I'm trying to scroll, I got to get rid of this 0.06 candlestick to be able to view this. And if I want to view what's to the left of this crazy candlestick, I got to keep scrolling to get rid of it. And this is, you know, it's a little discouraging. I can't zoom in and out because then I just have a complete flat line at the top and this crazy candlestick dropping. And I mean, the volume on this was, let's see. Volume on this was nothing. And this was actually when Coinbase came back on air. You know, they went off air for a couple hours and then they came back on air. But the volume on this was, it was nothing. It's not even really accurately displaying the volume. All right, 2,050 bucks. 2,050 bucks. Let's see if she cracks. $253. I mean, they're giving up significant gains. Significant gains. Joe Mama, don't get too excited, bud. Don't get too excited. That is coming back up. Let's look at this little granular. Yeah, these little upticks, you know, they're fake out. They are complete fake out. So I would be very careful. I mean, let's go ahead and enlarge this. I mean, there's just so many humps. And I mean, you know, and if you're really looking at this and really analyzing it, and yesterday I was trying to sell, and I was trying to sell at 350, and then I decided to cancel it and put it up to 375. So of course it wasn't executed. But I mean, you know, when you're looking at this chart and you're seeing this chart, you're seeing it bottom and you're seeing it starting to make its way up. And I mean, you know, and that's why you need a charting system where you can actually zoom in and zoom out and see exactly in detail what's going on. And you were able to see that, you know, how it dipped to $285.01 and then went up. And you're thinking, oh, this is a great opportunity. You know, it's on an up, you know, it's breaking, you know, possible support or resistance here, and it's broke above resistance. But then, I mean, look at the candlestick. Look how it's curving to the downside. And this is on a 5-minute candlestick. So you might not actually see this on a 15-minute, a half hour, an hour candlestick. You definitely won't see it. But the more granular that you get, you know, below a 5-minute, and we'll see on a 3-minute and a 1-minute, when you see it start to curl, you know to get out. You know you're hitting the top, and you know you should be getting out. It's curling. The chart, the candlesticks are curling. And then if you really overlay, you know, your moving average, and you see your slower moving average or your longer moving average, your 10-day moving average, whatever you might have set it to, curl under the smaller moving average, then you know you're in trouble and that you should be getting out, and, you know, get out at 345 because it just dipped. But yeah, I mean, these little, you know, little pumps that we're getting here, you know, going from $287 to 317 bucks, it's a fake out. It's a complete fake out for long-term investors, thinking that that's the bottom, now starting to make a correction because once they see you piling in, boom, they just drop it on you. So, you know, volume is not that much for this candlestick. Volume is not much, you know, 5,812 volume. So as long as volume increases, then yes, you know, that candle can be justified. But with that volume really increasing, it's a fake out. It's a complete fake out, guys. I'm sorry to say that. Let's look at this a little granular on the 1 minute chart. If this thing gets to 281, it's going to pull back. It's going to pull back. What are the important resistance for BTC Ethereum? Now, are you asking me about the pair, BTC to Ethereum pair, or just in general, BTC and Ethereum? And we'll definitely take a look at the resistance. Really, I mean, we should really be looking at the support, to be honest with you. Yeah, resistance, I think, kind of went out the window. Yeah, I completely agree. So there's a little wheel in regards to the resolution. I didn't even see anybody asking that question. So Michael Wu, I do apologize, but ECS, you're on top of it. I appreciate it, bud. Yeah, that little wheel. Let me actually show you on the stream. So this is a little wheel right here. If you click on that, quality. I don't know why mine was set to auto, but I'll go ahead and put it on 720. Definitely put it on the highest resolution, and then you're able to see everything really in detail. So let's see if this is going to downtrend. Like I said, it was a fake out. You know, there's nothing pretty about this today. So every little uptick, like I said, you know, they're going to be selling on these upticks. You know, they didn't sell at 253. You know, now that it's making its way up, they're like, oof. You know, all right, I just basically made back a little bit of my loss. You know what? Let me go ahead and just minimize the, you know, my capital loss right now. Instead of losing a lot at 253 and not selling, you know what? Let me just go ahead and sell at 280 or 278, whatever it was. But yeah, complete fake out. But yeah, we'll take a look at the major support for you know, Ethereum, Bitcoin, as well as Litecoin. I will definitely take a look at that. But I am going to take just a little bit of a break, but I want to just make sure I catch up on the comments real quick. Let's see who said this. Crazy day to watch the market in the blazing sun with a cold drink. You know, I wish I was at the beach. You know, I wish I was, you know, at some tropical island, you know, with good internet connection, with a nice Corona with lime on it, and sipping my Corona, and watching this on the beach with the waves crashing. Kristen, welcome. So my background, you know, I worked in the wireless industry for years. I've worked in the banking industry. I'm not going to really say what bank, but, you know, I was always interested in stocks ever since I was, man, 7th or 8th grade. I asked somebody that was looking at the Wall Street Journal. I asked them what that was, and they sat me down and explained to me what the Wall Street Journal was, and these are stocks, and that you could actually buy shares. And you actually own a percentage of the company, and that, like, at a young age, it piqued my interest. And when I was a junior in high school, I saved up money in downtown Philadelphia, went to every brokerage. I mean, you name it. I went to them with $1,000, and they all laughed at me and said, "You want to do what? You want to open an account and buy stocks? You got $1,000? That's it? Yeah, you need minimum 25,000." And I mean, I went to tons of them until I went to Merrill Lynch, and the guy, like, he was surprised. He was like, "How old are you?" He's like, "What grade are you?" He's like, "You're coming here with $1,000 and you're interested in buying stocks?" He's like, "I tell you what," he's like, "I normally don't do this, but," he's like, "I'm going to take you under my wing." He's like, "How would you like an internship?" I didn't take the internship, unfortunately, because I had a job. I needed to save up money for college. You know, I had about a year and a half of high school left, and I needed money for college. So I was like, "Listen," I was like, "Is it a paid intern?" He's like, "No, it's not paid." I was like, "I can't." I was like, "But thanks." So he was like, "But I'll help you out." He's like, he's like, "What do you want to buy?" So I was like, "I don't know." I was like, "Nike." Nike was $100 per share. So I bought 10 shares of Nike, you know, junior in high school. I wish he would have told me, "Hey, you might want to look at some of these technology companies. You might want to look at Dell. You might want to look at Apple." That $1,000 would have gone a long way. But yeah, he didn't make those recommendations at all. But ever since then, I really fell in love with the idea of being able to own not own cryptocurrency, own a share of the company, to own shares. And that when I owned shares, I actually owned a little percentage of that company. And I really started diving deeper and started trading when I worked in the wireless industry. I kind of did it part-time, of course, worked full-time. And I just really traded part-time until I started taking days off from work, and took some sick days off that I wasn't sick. And I decided, hey, the market's moving. I'm going to start trading. So my days off, that I would basically trade the market full-time. And then I would go to work and kind of trade part-time at work. And then I finally decided to quit my job and do something that I was passionate about and something that I loved. So a lot of this stuff was self-taught. A lot of mistakes I made. I lost money. Some of you guys know my $15,000 bathroom break that I took. We don't really talk about that now, though. But you guys know about it. Some of you guys know about it. Yeah, I mean, this volatility could be. So my theory is proven wrong that was a fake out, but we'll see. We'll see what happens when she does possibly hit that 290 resistance. Let's see, spent about an hour reading about BIP 148, user activated hard fork, user activated soft fork. Yeah, I mean, this could be due to that. This volatility could be in preparation to that. What's Bitcoin doing? Ethereum is making a move. Ethereum is definitely making a move from that 253. I'm looking at the 4-hour chart. I need to get a little closer to this. All right, so on Bitcoin, I mean, we got an engulfing candle. It's completely engulfed the first candle. We'll see if it engulfs the second candle. That could be bullish. It could be bullish. It could be a fake out. I thought this would be a fake out on Ethereum. I thought it can be a complete fake out, but it's not. Let's look at our order book. If Coinbase is not down. 263, that was a big support. About a little less than 400, supported at 263. So that's why we're getting this nice pump up to the upside. 287.54, big seller. So that close to that 290, which would be the resistance. So let's see, 287.54. 287.54. What do I have this resistance? I have the resistance at 289.87. So we'll see if that actually will make a big dent to see if that seller is going to possibly drive it down. And that seller could drive it down. As long as it's not a fake wall. At 287, he's not moving. For 279 Ethereums, he is not moving. He or she. Or they. Average price of Ethereum on 5 exchanges, $278 is the average price. Yeah, we'll see if she cracks 250. I mean, if she cracks 250, she's got some a little more drop to give. But I mean, on the 1 minute, it's looking good. On the 1 minute, it's looking good. Our slower moving average, possibly 5 or 10 day moving average has crossed over the possibly 20 or 50 day moving average. I have no clue how they set this. It doesn't allow me to customize it. But our slower moving average has crossed over. So we'll see. If this moving average starts to curl to the downside, we know there is going to be a fall. We know that it's going to correct. But as long as that line stays somewhat straight and we don't see the tip of it starting to curl, then we should be good. But that 375 Ethereums at 287, 137 Ethereums at 287.22, and then 284 Ethereums at 289.77 is going to give it a hard time to try to break out above 290. So to me, it seems like the stream is lagging. And I'm hoping it's not lagging too much because now I'm actually, seeing what you guys are seeing. And I see that I'm looking at Monero when I looked at it when, to explain to somebody or to show somebody that it dropped to $16. I don't know why I'm seeing that. So that's a huge lag then. Yeah, fake out, but we'll see. We'll see if she dips. I mean, but yeah, from 254, to 283. Those are pretty significant. You bought at 260. Wish you would have sold at 400. Yeah, you got to take profit, man. You got to take profit. I mean, I bought at 177, and I was taking profit. I think somebody laughed at me why I took profit at 185 and 200, and I'm like, what did I had no clue it was going to go up to 400. Nobody knew. So then I just started locking profits at 217, and then I locked in profit at 400, and then last profit was 310. Waves crashing just like this market. Yeah, more like tsunami. Nighttime for you, no sun, almost midnight. Yeah, I don't know if I could sleep with the volatility, to be honest with you. I mean, if this happened at 1 p.m. before I went to bed, I would probably still be awake. I don't know if I'd be able to do a live stream because, my wife and kids are sleeping. They would hear me and wake up and be like, you need to knock that off. What chart am I using? Man, CryptoWatch mainly. But on Bitfinex, it's TradingView. I do like TradingView. CryptoWatch isn't bad either, but TradingView is a lot better. But yeah, these three charts that you see on BTC, Litecoin, and Ethereum, it's all from CryptoWatch. And I like CryptoWatch, I really do. And if you really look at the main page of CryptoWatch, it's cryptowatt.ch, CRYPTOWAT.ch. It kind of gives you an overlay, of the major index, basically, of all the top cryptocurrencies. And, so I have a better idea, a better overall picture of kind of what they're doing. So I can kind of look and say, whoa, rep was just at 37 bucks. It's down to 22 bucks or 25 bucks. One thing I do like about Litecoin is that the futures is only down 2.55%. I do like that. It's not down a lot. Futures is not down. I mean, look at Bitcoin. Bitcoin actually is down 11.3, but futures is down 10.76. Litecoin is down 11.88, but futures is only down 2.85. This is positive. It's a positive signal that people believe in Litecoin and they believe in that that they're willing to buy it basically. So for futures, the prediction that it's going to go up to only be down 2.41% is not bad. All right, let me get to some of these questions, and then I just got to take a little quick break. Should you sell to save what's left? I don't know your situation. I can't really make that prediction. I don't know how many you bought. I don't know what price you bought. I don't know if you really need that money. Yeah, it's hard for me to say, bud. Kristen, not a problem. And thank you for joining, and hope to see your name on here more often. 295. So it broke through to that 290. So those sellers got bought, and they got bought quick. And this is definitely turning around a lot faster than anything else. Yeah, and I mean, I've said it before. I mean, if you haven't already sold and you're in a loss right now, yeah, I wouldn't sell. I'm not selling. I bought Litecoin at 30.36. I haven't sold one Litecoin at all. Yes, I sold Ethereum because I was in the profit. Yeah, it could be because of hard fork, soft fork. I mean, it could be so many different reasons as to why this is coming down, as to why they're all really coming down. Yeah, I think people are buying right now, and it's just hard for me to keep an eye on everything. I mean, on Litecoin, the order book doesn't look too good. I mean, there's a lot of people stacked up close to this current price, but there is a big support at 24.58. Somebody wants to buy 6,252. At 24.50, 1,247. And I think this is frozen on me. Yeah, sometimes, man, you got to go long. If you haven't already sold and you're down a lot. Yeah. Well, no, whatchamacallit, Bitfinex did give me an issue earlier, and it did come up with, possible denial of service. It seems to be fine now, though, so we'll see. But this stream is definitely lagging. It is definitely lagging. Let me know what you guys are able to see. If you're able to see Litecoin right now, because really what I'm viewing right now is Bitfinex, and I'm viewing a while back, when I viewed BTC and talking about the support at 2,051 bucks. Who's Clay? I'm not sure who Clay is. Clay uses Bittrex. All right, guys, let me take a little break, and then probably 2 minutes, and then I'll be right back on. right, anything crazy? Let's see, still stuck at 290. And as we can see on the 1 minute chart, it is starting to curl. So let's go ahead and look at there we go. It's starting to curl, and our moving average, or our EMA, is that what I have on here? Yeah, estimated moving average is basically curling under. There we go. So basically, that's kind of what you want to look for to see if it's going to turn around. Is you want to see that the candlesticks are trending sideways and starting to dip, and then that EMA basically gives you clear confirmation that yes, it is going to start dipping, and that EMA has crossed over. So here we go. It'll start to dip. And the further apart these two EMAs are from each other, the further the dip is going to be. So for it to get to 295, to almost 296, that was pretty impressive. And I didn't think it would get up to there. I didn't even think it would break that resistance of 290. But there we go. It's because of right here. So it wasn't the prior resistance that I had plotted out. It was this resistance here. So they're going to have new resistance. So these lines, I'm going to have to get rid of them. When I do a live stream, hopefully tomorrow, if I can. But let's see if this thing will start to curl up to the upside, and these moving averages will cross each other. Theory means to stay down until you get paid tomorrow. Oh, man. The thing is, though, if you're going to use GDAX, or Coinbase to deposit the money, it's going to take a while. Your best bet is, honestly, Gemini. If you don't have a Gemini account, it's going to take you a little while to get verified. But if you already have a Gemini account, I can deposit $500 right now if I wanted to, and then at 5:01 p.m. I can deposit another $500 to have a total of 1,000. That's the only way to really get skin in this game if you need to get skin in this game. But yeah, if you don't already have money at these exchanges, it's going to take you a while to get the money there, unfortunately. Is the market turning around now? I don't think so, Dubai Review. I think that uptick that we had, it's a nice uptick. Don't get me wrong, from 253 to 296. It's pretty nice. It's pretty significant gains. If anybody got in at 255 and decided to lock in profits at 295, it's $40. But no, it's a fake out. This is still, we got to zoom out of here. Maybe 4 hours or 2 hours. Let's see, 4 hours. Yeah, even on the 4-hour chart, this doesn't indicate that there's any turnaround in sight whatsoever. Yeah, I would agree with midnight. 11:30, midnight, possibly, our time, Joe, because I know you're on the East Coast. But yeah, I think, our time, that could be when the turnaround possibly happens. And hopefully the selling diminishes and subsides. I'm hoping they run out of things to sell. South African Exchange, Luno. I'll write that down. I don't know if I'm going to look at that today. Patrick, welcome, bud. Let's see what this thing is doing on the 2-hour chart. Yeah, 2-hour chart, man, yeah, it would indicate that, oh, this is a turnaround. This is looking good. But yeah, this could be a complete fake out. But we'll see. We'll see if this completely engulfs this whole candle. If it engulfs the candle, yeah, I might be like, you know what? There might be a little bit of a turnaround. And if it engulfs it, that's going to put it right at $318 from 253. But I don't think that's the case. Don't say that. Let them sell all. I don't know. Selling might be diminishing. Selling might be diminishing, but that's kind of hard to tell. You don't know who's on the sideline, who's sitting there and waiting. But yeah, I'm waiting to see if this thing will crack you know, that 220. So the 220, and I did tell somebody we'll look at the, you know, major areas of possible support. So yeah, so I mean, it looks like, you know, it had a little bit of support at that 250, and these are you know, support and resistance that I had plotted out long time ago, probably, you know, last week sometime, or even prior to that. I got to really watch the videos and see when I plotted them out. But I mean, she got close to that 250 that I plotted out, but didn't break through it. If she breaks through that 250, 218 is in sight. If she breaks 218, oh man, whew, it's gonna be dangerous. It's a dangerous call. If she breaks at 218, 285 is in sight. And the reason why 285 is in sight is because of these key levels here. If it allows me to put a circle there for you guys to see. That right there, and that right there. Yeah, so it could come down, it could touch it and then bounce right up. Could is always a magic word. Could is always a magic word. So let's see if she'll make a little bit of a turnaround. And this is on a 2-hour candlestick chart. So we do see our slower moving EMA starting to possibly level out and curl. It's still not on a downtrend, straight downtrend. She is starting to curl to the right a little bit. So we'll see if she starts to curl. And if she starts to curl, then, you know, I mean, it'll probably be a while before she actually gets above, you know, the possible, what do I have this set to? 5 and 10 days, I think. Yeah, 5 and 10 day EMA is what I have it set to. So if she crosses over, you know, the 10-day moving average, then yeah, you know, we're going to be somewhat looking good. But that's a huge gap between the 5-day moving average and the 10-day moving average. Huge gap. I mean, this thing could easily touch, you know, this moving average line with this candlestick, with this current candlestick. It could easily touch it, and if it touches it, you know, I've seen sometimes where that could be the actual resistance for it, not support, resistance. So we'll see as that, you know, 10-day moving average kind of starts to grow and starts to expand to see if it'll touch it and bounce right back down. It's very close to touching it. All right, let's take a look at this real quick. And this is on Litecoin, half-hour candlestick chart. Here we go. And this is the same thing. You know, I have the 10-day moving average and the 5-day moving average. So right now the 5-day moving average is in the orange. The 10-day moving average is in the light blue color. And as we can see, our 5-day moving average is starting to curl. It is curling up to the upside. We'll see if it actually crosses over the 10-day moving average. And if it crosses over the 10-day moving average, that's kind of bullish, but it could be just a momentarily bullish indicator. But we'll see. I mean, she's really, you know, that wick is just about ready to touch that 5-day moving average. And sometimes they can touch that 5-day moving average and bounce right back down. But we'll see. But our 5-day moving average is starting to curl, and our 10-day moving average is at the top. And what is going on Bitfinex? Bitfinex. 2046 was the low, 2051, 2046 was the low, and she's not above our moving average. Sellers are completely outweighing the buyers, 262 to 41. That's not good. That is not good. This is a complete fake out. This is nothing to get excited about, guys. Nothing to get excited about. All right, let's see. We have a lot of love into Gemini. 250 to 294 on Gemini. What is BTC doing? BTC didn't crack too much. $2,059.41. Currently 2236. Joe Mama, you should have bought Ethereum when it was $4 a year ago. Yeah, dude, don't we all wish? I mean, if I show you guys my my trades on Ethereum, you're gonna be like, man, you're buying that much at that cheap price? Yeah, I should probably have like close to $200,000 in my account if I would have held on to Ethereum. I mean, I was buying it at $16, buying like 300 at $16 and selling it at 18, buying it at 20, selling it at 22, 23, buying it at 30 and selling it at 35. I mean, it was crazy. But yeah, I completely agree. You know, next time at close to $400, yeah, sell. Not everything, but take profits. You know, I hope it does hit 400 again, Joe. I really do. Even though I don't have position in it anymore, I really do it. To be honest with you, even if I don't take position now, you know, I hope it makes it back up for anybody that bought it at a very high price. Yeah, I told my brother actually. It was at $10. We were sitting at the bar, and he was like, "Dude," he's like, "You saw Ethereum at 7, you didn't buy it. You saw it at 8, you didn't buy it. 9, you didn't buy it. It's $10 now. Why have you not bought it?" He's like, "I'm gonna throw $1,000 at it and buy 100 at $10." And I was like, "Dude, do it. Help him set up an account and everything." He never did it. Yeah, his $1,000 investment, you know, back in, I don't know when it was, how long ago it was. I mean, beginning of the year. Could have definitely been, you know, $42,000 when it peaked at $420. I cash out, bud. Yeah, when I sell, I cash out into USD. I do not go into any alts, to be honest with you, and I've never done it. It's a little scary. I mean, you know, and I've said it before. I mean, taking profit, you know, on Ethereum, and then moving it over to BTC when BTC was like, you know, $2,900. I mean, I would have given up all my profit that I'd taken on Ethereum and probably be losing my capital if I would have done that. So I always go to USD. I've never gone to a different cryptocurrency. Yeah, Coinbase is down. I even tried to access the app on my phone, and I could not access it at all. Yeah, they're having issues. So I do still have that buy-in order. I think, yeah, 10 Bitcoins at 16, 15. Yeah, it's not going to get there. Not now. You know, not with the move that we're getting. Even though on the 15-minute, you know, our slower moving average, or possibly I'm thinking it's a 10-day moving average that they set it to, still hasn't moved up. You know, it has not curled up at all, and that's a little scary. But the price is going up, but the moving average has not crossed on the 15 minutes. Yes, on the 5 minutes, they're ready to cross. They're touching each other. On the 1 minute, I'm sure they have crossed. Yes, on the 1 minute, completely crossover. But on a longer-term outlook, it has not crossed over. There's still a gap. Yeah, there's been a couple things going on with Coinbase, IRS. We're also being sued because another exchange went down because of the owner was basically funneling money into Coinbase, something to that extent. How about cashing out to USDT? Yeah, it's a lot better than cashing out to another cryptocurrency. Even though USDT is an altcoin, but it's supposed to be one of the most stable altcoins because it's supposed to be pegged to the US dollar. I think when I looked at it earlier on this live stream, it was like $1.02, which isn't bad. How do you turn USDT to USD? You cannot. You cannot at all. You can only basically take your Bitcoin, Ethereum, Litecoin, move it over to an exchange that offers USD, and then be able to sell for USD. But do not transfer USDT to Coinbase or to GDAX, because that money will be gone forever, lost in the crypto world, somewhere in the crypto space. A lot of people have lost money trying to transfer USDT to an exchange that does not accept USDT. There's no way to get it back if you do. All right, let's see how crazy this fake out is. Man, Dash getting, I'm not, sorry, not Dash. Ripple getting to 20 cents, a little over 20 cents. I think it'll pique my interest. And I think, you know what, I would buy Ripple if it dips to that low that I saw, which is about 14.5 cents. If it dips to 14.5 cents, I think I would throw $1,000 at it, but not at 23 cents. I mean, that was my initial purchase, 23,711. I might sell my Ethereum Classic on this nice little uptick. I should have sold it the other day, but oh well. I'm sure we all feel like we should have sold the other day. Yeah, it's going to be interesting, Anthony. 8 o'clock is when the daily candlesticks will switch over to a new day. So at 8 p.m., we shall see. We shall see how she opens up and how she reacts. I don't think she's going to react well, though, to be honest with you. Now, Coinbase is not the only way to get USD. You can use Bitfinex. You can use Kraken. I'm trying to think what other exchanges. You can use Gemini. So Coinbase or GDAX, Bitfinex, Kraken, Gemini. I'm trying to think of other ones. I can't think off the top of my head, but I'm sure you guys would know. Yeah, and if you guys haven't subscribed yet, please click on that subscribe button. You know, that would help me out, especially if you find this information helpful. Yeah, a lot of people got good things to say about Kraken. I have an account at Kraken. I just never funded it. I was really waiting for them to integrate, and I don't think they've integrated it yet. But you know, I mean, they bought CryptoWatch. You know, they bought it out, and I'm surprised it has not been integrated yet. All right, so let's see. Wow, 300. That's pretty good from that 253. I mean, they are making a comeback. They are definitely making a comeback. Our moving averages have not crossed each other, though. I mean, they're curling up to the upside, but they have not crossed each other. They might cross each other when it actually gets up too high. So, I mean, I can see, you know, with BTC, you know, it would possibly cross when it gets up to, you know, maybe 23.25, 23.50-ish. But it has not crossed over yet. And yeah, I mean, yeah, we see a little bit of a turnaround, but it could easily start dipping the other way. And those EMAs could definitely switch from, you know, possibly uptrending to completely downtrending. And that's exactly what's happening right now with Ethereum. You know, they were starting to curl to the upside. And as we can see with this EMA, it wants to dip. It definitely wants to dip. And this is a 10-day EMA that's looking to basically dip. on the 2-hour candlestick. Yeah, and if you guys are looking to open an account at Coinbase to be able to use GDAX or Bitfinex, I do have a link at the bottom of this video. So I highly recommend using the Coinbase link, especially if you're looking to utilize GDAX, and you will get $10 worth of Bitcoin. So whoever used my link the other day and actually funded the account and made their first trade, thank you so much, because that earned me, earned CryptoTrader's Room $10 worth of Bitcoins, and that person also got $10 worth of Bitcoins. Hans, I think his name was. So Hans, if you're on this live stream, thank you so much. I do appreciate you using my link. And then also there's a Bitfinex link as well too on there. And if you guys, shop from Amazon, I shop from Amazon all the time. There is a link on Amazon. We are part of the affiliate program, and it would definitely help us out if you click that link and bought whatever it is that you're looking to buy. It does definitely help out. And you don't pay anything extra at all. So, I mean, whatever price you would be paying, by just going to Amazon.com is going to be the same price that you would pay by clicking on our Amazon affiliate link. So that would definitely help us out. Let me refresh this because it's lagging a little bit. CryptoWatch is just in the advanced tab. I don't know what that means. It's just in the advanced tab. The candlesticks are completely contradicting the EMA that I have set. They're completely contradicting each other. But at least on Litecoin, it is getting ready to cross over. On Ethereum, it's not at all. So it doesn't really support what the candlesticks are doing. Beta T, I don't know where you see where it says Beta T. Unless it says that on Kraken. But I mean, they bought, Kraken bought CryptoWatch a long time ago. It was a while ago that I saw the news. And I'm like, oh, this is great. It's great that they're actually getting a great charting system. Yeah, be careful, guys. Making comments about pumping coins or pumping some sort of agenda that you might have. You will be asked to stop. And if it doesn't stop, you will be banned. So if you get put on timeout, that's basically somebody asking you to stop. And if it happens again, you will get banned. And I can't unban you if that happens. What app am I using for cryptos on my iPhone? I use the Coinbase app. Let's see what else I have on here. I got a couple apps that I use for crypto. CoinMarketCap, Coinbase, CryptoVert, CoinTicker. I have a Bitfinex app. And actually, the Bitfinex app is not too bad. The only problem with the Bitfinex app is that they do not list Dash on there. They list Monero, but they don't have Dash. They don't have Ripple. And they definitely don't have IOTA. So I just go to I go to Bitfinex.com, and their actual web interface is not too bad on the phone. Also, CryptoTrader. There's an app on the iOS. If you have an iOS device, I don't know about I'm not sure about if you have an Android device, but there is a CryptoTrader app for iOS. Yeah, Blockfolio is not bad either, but I haven't used that yet. So CryptoWatch is already integrated into Kraken. If it is, that's great, if that's what you mean. Oni, thank you so much, man. I appreciate the $2 donation. Thank you so much, bud. Let's see what you guys are saying. Do I think this will result in Ethereum taking over top market cap once both recover? You know, I've said it before. You know, I think Ethereum can overtake Bitcoin in the sense of market cap. I think it can. I mean, especially if Bitcoin is dipping. If it dips below 2,000 and Ethereum is just making its move up, you know, I mean, it's currently at $30, so it's up $50. I mean, what is the total market cap? Let's see. Or really, coins outstanding, not total market cap. Probably got to refresh this. I mean, less than 10 billion difference. You know, 38 billion for Bitcoin, 29.6 billion for Ethereum. They could easily do it. And Ripple's holding pretty well. I mean, it is holding well at 9.7 billion. I don't think Ripple's going to overtake Bitcoin anytime soon, unless Bitcoin really starts to dip and Ripple gets right back up. You know, to 50 cents, 60 cents, possibly $1. Then yeah, I mean, if Ripple was at $1 right now, it would completely have overtaken Bitcoin and Ethereum. But yeah, I mean, easily Ethereum could overtake Bitcoin, easily. Ethereum is free falling again. Whoever sold at 300, Joe, that was you, right? Yeah, good job, man. Yeah, our moving averages still haven't crossed over, haven't converged. It's looking a lot better on Litecoin now than it's looking on Ethereum or let's see, or Bitcoin. Really, Bitcoin. I am looking at the 1 hour chart. So let's get out of there and do 15-minute. On the 15 minutes, it looks like our slower moving, you know, EMA, possibly 10 or it might be 5 or 10 days that they might have set it to, seem to be moving sideways. Which we'll see. I mean, that's not really a clear indication. You know, I want to see the indication that it crosses over. That's what I want to see. Let's see. Only saying, have we found support yet on BTC? Passed out at 6 a.m. No support yet. Man, this is tough, dude. This is tough. I don't know, man. I mean, this could be a fake out. We'll see. Unless we get, you know, really good confirmation, our EMA, you know, crossing over and completely separating from the longer moving average. I mean, that's really the only way to tell. How many sellers do we have? Biggest seller, 10 and 15. Buyers, 32. Support, really huge support at 22.14 for 128 Bitcoins. That's huge if that is a real wall. I wonder what the support is like at 2050. I mean, this is really, this just really made a, let's see, what was the move that it made? I mean, it made a $220 move, a $230 move within a matter of within a matter of an hour. I mean, that's huge. But that EMA just has not crossed over yet on the 15 minutes. On the 5 minutes, they're converging. On the 1 minute, of course, yeah, it crossed over. So I don't think that 2050 is the floor. I don't believe it. Litecoin gaining back $2 of its loss. That's pretty good. Let me see if I can get to some of these comments. AJ, I don't know, man. I have not heard of that yet. Do I think Zilly has something to do with this? They had a seamless rollout to 90% of U.S. bank accounts. I don't even know what Zilla is. Z-E-L-L-E. I've never heard of it. Yeah, Oni. Yeah, definitely. Yeah, thank you for using Super Chat, man. That's awesome. It's very helpful. What happened to the crypto world? It's a crypto nightmare. Yeah, I think we're all kind of waking up from this dream. I don't know, man. I need to pinch myself and see if I'm still like dreaming, because this is a huge correction. This is a huge correction. Yeah, Joe Mama, if you're referring to Crypto Watch, yes. I do like the fact that I can look at a lot of exchanges and then I can click whatever exchange I want and be able to view that chart. Yeah. This SHIT is pretty crazy, man. Pumping and dumping. Yeah, I mean, you know, it should not have gone up that fast from that 1900. It should not. You know, and it really, I mean, you know, that drop really, I mean, the rise up really contradicted what I was saying. You know, that this is the start of the bubble. Like, you know, this short-term movement really contradicted what I was saying, and it really had me thinking, like, how is this possible? Like, we are in a bear market. Like, we should not have risen from 1900 to almost 3,000 at all. That should not have happened, but it did. You know, the FOMO kicking in, chasers kicking in. A big support is still there at 22.14. And I don't know why my order book is not catching up. If the actual price is 2,200, there's nobody that's willing to pay 22.40 for it. So I got to refresh this. Imagine a dating site full of cryptocurrency holders. A crap coin, dating coin. QRL, I'm not sure what that is. I don't know if any cryptocurrencies are safe at this moment. Yeah, anybody with a big position. I mean, I've said it before. I mean, the bigger your position is, the shorter your hold time should be. You know, the smaller the position, you can afford to hold a long time. You only have Bitcoin and BAT. I'm sorry about BAT, man. I don't know what price you bought it at. But hopefully you didn't buy BAT too high. What happens at 8? At 8, basically, the new candlestick switches over. So if you're looking at the one-day candlestick, so at 8 p.m., so these are all one-day candlestick. They represent 1 day's worth of price action movement. Let me get out of this and actually look at BTC on the 1 day. So basically at 8 p.m., it'll switch over to a new candle. So all of these are 1 day candlesticks. So at 8 p.m. is when this will switch over to a new candlestick, and we'll see exactly how that new candlestick reacts to, you know, the prior 1 day candlestick. But right now, I mean, they're driving that price down, and this 1 day candlestick could come down further. So it's not even halfway up, to be honest with you. I mean, sellers, you know, brought it all the way down. Buyers brought it up a little bit, but this is a bull trap. You know, this rise that we're seeing, you know, to cause this wick, it's a bull trap. since Coinbase is down, everybody's dumping. But if Coinbase is down, then nobody's selling on Coinbase. So how is there price movement? I mean, really think about it. You know, if Coinbase is down, that would cause GDAX to be down too. And I don't know if GDAX is down. I mean, I'm logged in, but I haven't logged out yet to log back in. So if Coinbase is down, if GDAX is down, and it's not allowing anybody to buy or sell, then yeah, who's causing these price action? Who's causing this movement? The only thing I can think of is the actual exchange is causing this movement. And if they're buying people's sell limit, and they're causing to dip, and they're selling to people that have sell limits in the order book. Yeah, I'm gonna have to research that, AJ. I will definitely research it. Did I write it down? I think I wrote it down. It's just, yeah, to do this live stream and try to research it's just kind of tough. But I will try to research that when I get a little bit of time. Yeah, ICOs are cancerous, man. They are. You got to stay away from them. Wait until they get listed, but don't buy when they're listed. Give it a couple days. Wait for it to settle down because they all come down. They all come crashing. So yeah, so let's see. If she starts dipping, that was a complete bull trap, like I said. You know, our EMAs have not confirmed that this is a nice uptrend, a nice bull move. It's a bear move. It's a bear trap. And I hope nobody would look at this and be like, oh, okay, you know what? We're getting back into a correction. Let me get in here. It's a great entry point. Yes, you could have gotten a 254 and sold up here, you know, and that's a good profit. But a lot of new traders are not doing that. You know, they're buying it there and then holding it to think that it's going to go back up to 350, 400 possibly and break 420, but it's not going to do that. And as we can see, I need to get out of this and look at Crypto Watch. I mean, as we can see, let me get out of this and do a 15-minute chart. There we go. It's going to start curling, and our EMA, our 5 and 10-day EMA, will start separating. I mean, they didn't even cross over at all. Yes, we had a nice move on the candlestick, and that's the bull trap there. That is the bull trap. You know, our indicators have not indicated that this is a great time to get in because we are going to sustain a nice upward move and gradually just grind up to the upside. It's not indicating that at all. You call it the dragon whip? I don't know, man. I don't know what I would call this. Yeah, it is hard to follow everything. I completely agree. And that's why, you know, I mean, trading is stressful, man. It's stressful. I mean, I have basically, you know, 3 monitors and a laptop, and I need more. I need like an 8-monitor setup. Yeah, I mean, the switching back and forth is just, it's killing me. It's not fun. Andreas, this is how you like it. You know, I mean, I like these dips, you know, I like healthy dips, to be honest with you. I mean, I didn't want to get rid of my Ethereum position. I didn't, but I was really left with no choice, to be honest with you. Yeah, I didn't want to sell it. But yeah, I'm still holding my Litecoins. I don't know, buddy. I don't know, Rocco. Is Ethereum about to go up again? It's not indicating, you know, that we're on a turnaround. It is really not indicating that at all. Our EMAs are downtrending. Let me look on the 5 minutes. I mean, as we can see on the 5 minutes, yeah, we crossed over. But I mean, look at it now. I mean, candlesticks are on the curve to the downside. Our EMAs are curving to the downside. They're ready to cross each other. And yeah, this is not a turnaround. It's a bull trap. Yeah, I think once I move into my new place, yeah, I need at least minimum 3 more monitors, minimum. Yeah, this is not enough. at all. I mean, I don't know how. I mean, I'll post pictures of my setup. What I started out with. It was basically my laptop and one monitor, and then I just slowly but surely started upgrading and bought a new computer and added two 24-inch monitors to it. But I mean, when I first started really trading, I mean, it was just my laptop. I didn't even have any monitors. But I'll dig up some of those pictures that I have and post them for you guys if I can find them. They're somewhere. Any thoughts on ARDR? I have no clue, man. And I would be happy to look at it, but today's just kind of a bad time, for me to look at it, to be honest with you. If you come back on a regular live stream and there isn't crazy movements that's going on, I would be happy to take a look at that for you. We'll see. Who just said it's going to dump to 260 bucks? Anthony. It's a possibility. I'm waiting for that. For the 5-day moving average to completely cross and separate from that 10-day moving average. And once that happens, yes, that 260 is in sight. And if those moving averages completely separate apart from each other, it's going to crack 253 easily. LOTA? Do you mean IOTA? Oh, yeah, that is an I guess. IOTA, yeah, I covered that earlier. I don't know what it's doing. I think I was waiting for it to maybe crack 25 cents. But that is something I'm keeping an eye on today, considering it is on Bitfinex, 36 cents today. I mean, it was just listed too, so you got to remember. So we don't have much data to go off. I got to wait for it to kind of level out and tell me a story, tell me what it likes to do. I don't really know what it likes to do at this current moment, unless she kind of levels out at 20 and stays flatlined. Big investors playing the little guys. Yes, I've said, big bulls will eat little bulls and big bears will eat little bears. It'll happen. Oh yeah, dude, somebody's accumulating. And it's big money that's accumulating. If you can't handle the heat, this isn't for you. Yeah, if you can't handle the heat, you got to walk away from your computer. Seriously, just walk away from it. Walk away. Don't stress yourself out. I mean, I'm not stressed. I'm down on my Litecoin. I'm not stressed, and I'm down pretty good. I mean, I bought 30.36. Let's just say I bought it 30 bucks. It's 26 bucks now. 310 times 4. Yeah, I'm down big. Can I cover IOEX.EC? I have no clue what that is. What is it? IEX.EC? I have no clue, buddy. Check QRL. Looks like it's the only coin taking a hit. I wouldn't say it's the only coin taking a hit, but everything's taking a hit today, unless I'm kind of reading your message a little, the wrong way. It's up 25%. Dude, BitTrick controls 90% of the volume. And I've said this before, it's not good. It's a red flag. One exchange should not control majority of the volume at all. It's so easy for the exchange to manipulate it. QRL, that's what it was. QRL, 51%. I mean, this was just listed. QRL was just listed. Buyers are definitely stacked up on this. 31.5 million on the buy side versus 622,000 on the sell side. Yeah, I mean, this looks interesting, but I don't know if I would take a position. This is definitely a bull flag here. I'm sorry, a bear flag. Yeah, I don't know, man. I don't know if this thing looks good. I mean, it had a nice run for sure, but I don't think it looks good. I mean, there's a lot of coins that are up. XST 123%, QRL 51%, INFX 48%. Bitcoin Dark, and I've talked about that. Bitcoin Dark and Komodo, those two go hand in hand. Uno is up. I like Uno. I still like Uno. I don't know if I like it at this price point. Ethereum definitely leading the way in volume. Litecoin is up 6.7% on the BTC pair, I'm assuming. Yeah, BTC pair. But that could turn anytime. Did my order for BTC at 2,250 from yesterday execute? No. Yeah, so I did talk about, possibly switching that order to 2,250. I never switched it. I kept it at 2,000. And of course, it didn't hit that 2,000. It got to 2,210. Yeah, I never switched it because I was talking about, going from, instead of buying 2.25 at 2,000, I was possibly going to buy 2,000. I'm sorry, I was going to buy 2 at 2,250, but I never changed it. Now, if I changed it, yes, that would have been definitely executed, before I even woke up. Who's going to be dreaming of candles? Did I dream of candles every day? It doesn't really matter what the market is doing. Every day I think about candles. It's bad. It's really bad. I feel bad. Somebody did ask me to take a look at coin. I said this wasn't the right time. So I think it was Macon. Macon, you asked me to look at ARDR. I'll look at that for you. I feel bad. I looked at somebody else's coin, and I told you it wasn't a good time to look at yours. So I will take a look at that for you. Yeah, Liam, welcome, by the way. And I agree with that comment. Litecoin proving itself to be a stable asset during this and the dip. And I mean, yeah, and it was really hovering like the 28.75, 28.90, a little under 29 bucks when things were just dropping yesterday. And I was like, this is interesting. It's not following the same suit as Ethereum. It's not following the same suit as Bitcoin. I'm like, this is actually looking very good. And that's why I didn't sell. I'm still holding. And I really don't plan on selling. More likely, if I do anything, I'm going to add to that position. Monero, we'll take a look at it. ARDR. What happened here on this dip? This is pretty nasty here. And this is a half-hour candlestick. Took it from 4,366 to 550. That's just pure manipulation. ARDR. What other exchanges are you on? Am I missing that somehow? ARDR. We are. All right, a little better. Polonius controls a little under 60%. BTC 38, never heard of them, 18%. Bittrex has only got 17%. That's not bad. All right, so Bittrex cannot manipulate that. Yeah, I mean, it's correcting. You know, whoever asked me about ARDR, I mean, it's correcting. And I hope you didn't buy at the high. You know, it definitely broke through the first area of support that I would have probably been looking at, not to buy in, but just to see if it's going to crack it. And it cracked it pretty good, and that was 9,788. It cracked through the second area of support at 8,517. And now it seems like it wants to basically possibly, you know, find that support at 8,000, considering there was a consolidation that happened here. And basically, you know, it attempted to break out here. It couldn't break out. It got pushed back down, attempted to break out above that 8,000. It couldn't break out. Finally, it dropped and got a running start to get up to the upside. But yeah, this could be the really good support line. So I would be really taking a look and see if she is going to break 8,000. If she breaks 8,000, I mean, I'm not going to say it's lights out, but she could come right down to possibly 7,000. And that's based on this high that it had actually set before dipping. And like I said, you know, getting that running start to go up. So really, I mean, if I was interested in this, I would be possibly looking to see, you know what, I might buy a little bit. I'm not going to buy it, just to let you guys know. But if I was interested, you know, I would be possibly looking at the 7,000 to see if she's going to crack below the 7,000 or if the 7,000 is going to be a good support line. If she breaks the 7,000, then, you know, your next support is right around 6,200. I don't know if she's going to break 6,200, but if she does, you know, bottom price I would be looking at to get in. And it all depends on other variables too, where the buyers and sellers are stacked up. But, you know, the last area of support that I would be looking at is about 5,000. So she's definitely downtrending from here. I would not buy it here thinking that, okay, it's going to start making the turnaround. I would look to see if she's going to start breaking key support levels. And as she breaks down key support levels, and you know what? She broke the first area of support. Let's take a look at the second area of support. Let's take a look at the order book and see exactly where they're stacked up at that support line of 8,000. Nope, there's nobody stacked up to buy at 8,000. There's more people stacked up to possibly sell. Then, you know, you might want to wait until that possibly bare bottom of 5,000. Possibly. That's always the magic word. All right, let's get out of Bittrex. All right, let me see if I can get to some of these comments. I know I missed a lot of them. Yeah, Dubai review. I mean, as long as you get in low, you know, there's nothing wrong with it at all. Just, you know, don't buy at the high. I mean, look at the support, the resistance. Look at, you know, to see what she likes to do. I mean, she'll tell you a story, and as long as you can find that, you know, happy medium where she likes to level out before getting pumped, it's a great entry then. Keep your coins off Jack. Yeah, there was an issue with Jack. So somebody was able to hack Jacks and get everybody and get a private key and be able to basically take funds out. So yeah, it's scary. It's scary. I mean, unless you have a hardware wallet. Yeah, I mean, even if you have Jacks on your computer or on your iPhone, you know, I mean, it's not on the web, it's not on the cloud. Yeah, they can still get your money. Keep your day job. Yes. I don't recommend anybody quit their job in order to day trade. Please don't do it. Don't do it. Do I think to sell QRL? I don't know, man. I can't tell anybody to sell anything, to be honest with you. I don't know where your entry was. I mean, if you have profits, you know, I mean, the market is tanking. The overall market is tanking. You know, what do you think is going to happen when the overall market, the major cryptocurrencies, basically start to rebound? You know, people could be selling QRL. They could be selling other things that are up where they actually have profit to put their money into some of these, you know, popular cryptocurrencies that are starting to recover. But yeah, it all depends. I mean, are you in the profit? Are you not? And if you're happy with your profits, then, you know, you got to do what's best for you. Let me see. Rocco's asking, do I think a few major coins with a load of uses will take over all the small niche coins at some point? It's definitely a possibility. You know, I mean, you know, new coins will end up doing very well as older coins will kind of die off. And I mean, if the development team is kind of gives up on it and they start to leave and start, you know, wanting to work on their own project, then yeah, it can definitely die off. Yeah, I don't think the flippening is happening. I don't see the flippening at all. We got 91 watchers. Woohoo! Oh man, 93 watchers. This is a record. So thank you guys. I appreciate this. I appreciate you joining. Honestly, I do. Bob, good afternoon, bud. Only all day long, you've been dreaming about candles. There you go, man. Now you know you officially immersed yourself in it. Let's see. You locked in on LTC, and you can't thank me enough. That's awesome, man. I'm glad you locked in the profits. I didn't lock in the profits because I don't have profits, but I did lock in the profits on Ethereum. But yeah, I don't know. You know, if LTC drops further, I would be looking to add. Now, if she gets right back up to that $30 range, I'm looking to sell. I'm looking to lock in the profit. Well, I won't be really locking in profits. 30.36, I'll be breaking even, or 30.37, I'll be breaking even. But I think 30, she's going to have a hard time breaking out above 30. So, you know, if she gets to 30 quick right now, I would let it go, and then wait back to buy back in. Yeah, but you know, I'm surprised LTC has not dipped and tested out that $19 level, you know, or the $20 level. It has not done it yet, and that tells me a good thing about it currently, right now. But yeah, everything seems to be somewhat stabilizing right now, even though, you know, the EMAs haven't really crossed over yet. It does seem to stabilize. And I'm just going to put a sell order in, 17 bucks for 50 Ethereum Classics. Oh, exchange buy. Yeah, I'm not trying to buy. I'm trying to sell. Indeed, ECS, Crypto Traders Room, is a place where we eat, drink, sleep, dream, trade, and invest in digital currencies. And I agree. Join that decentralized revolutionary trading room. And the information is in the description at the bottom of this video, and I highly recommend signing up for that general chat room. And it's a free general chat room that we're giving you access to be able to have the conversation about cryptocurrencies 24/7. And there are a lot of people joining, so the more people that join, and I mean everybody's from all over the world, different time zones. So there shouldn't be a hard time finding somebody on there that wants to chat. But you got to go in there and just say what's up. Somebody might not be chatting. It doesn't mean they're not on the chat. You see some Amazon coins taking over most of the niche altcoins, like Red. Amazon. I didn't know Amazon was coming out with a coin unless that's just supposed to mean something else. How do you see the recovery going? Oh man. Basically, I mean, there's a lot of variables that you got to really look at. Look at your, I mean, I wouldn't even look at RSI. RSI doesn't mean anything today. But some of the moving averages that I have to see, if they're going to hover above the moving average or if they're dipping below the moving average. And if they dip below the moving average, like they're dipping now here, then it's a clear sign that, there is more downtrend that's going to happen. But, you got to look at other things. You got to look at to see where the buyers and the sellers are stacked up. But I don't know if the recovery is starting. I mean, all these little upticks that we're getting, they're fake outs, before being dumped again. So the true recovery has not started yet. And for true recovery to really start, we need to see a baseline forming, a flat baseline forming, and maybe little ticks to the upside, and maybe little down ticks, but it's got to form a somewhat of a flat baseline. Once it does that, then we might have some sort of an indication that possibly the turnaround is going to happen. Currently, right now, I don't see a turnaround happening. I mean, even though we got this nice uptick from 253 to even touch 300, 305, 305.70, you got to. But I mean, we've seen these fake outs. We've seen these fake outs here before coming back down. We've seen this little fake out here before coming back down. I mean, there's just tons of fake outs. And I mean, this is pretty ugly. I mean, let's go ahead and zoom in. I mean, we basically got, tsunami waves that are happening. I mean, just coming crashing down. And people are thinking, oh, it's going to stabilize at this price point because it's hitting key support lines. No. I mean, then it goes up, little fake out, with another little mini tsunami wave coming and crashing. So in order for this turnaround to actually be somewhat bullish, let's just say hypothetically, with this drop here, this drop would have happened, and it did happen, of course, and then we would have needed it to come down and start leveling out to the right and just level out and start the uphill climb slowly but surely, and not have a nice crazy uptick and then boom, they just send it right back down. I mean, it's a complete fake out. I don't even believe in this price point right now at 295. I don't believe in it. I firmly believe that she is going to crack the 253. Jim Piper, too old to rock and roll, too young to die. I was wondering about Ethereum too. Yeah, dude, it's scary. We are in a dangerous territory, to be honest with you. And if we are in a, in a bear markets don't last a day and a half like they did, when we had that first major correction. And I call it a major correction because Bitcoin went from 28 down to 1913. And if you really think about it, I mean, it went from 28, when it came back up to 2,000, let's just say 3,000. That's only a $200 increase. That's all it is. So if we actually think about it, the low that it had set was 1913. It's a difference of 200 from the 28 to 3,000. Divide that by 2 is 100. Add that 100 to the 1913, kind of gives you your baseline. So 2013, is possibly the baseline. And if she breaks 2013, that low of 1913 is in sight. And then who knows, maybe it'll hit my price point of 16.15. I doubt it will, but it might. More BTC buy orders on Bittrex could be positive. Yeah, just, I mean, if you're watching Bittrex, just pay attention to that order and see if they're rapidly coming down. I mean, falling off and being put back on, falling off and being put back on. If that's the case, it's fake. Oni, let me see what you're saying. That's buy, dude. I don't know in regards to what comment I made. I wasn't too sure. Why do I sell Ethereum now? I'm not selling Ethereum now, or Ethereum Classic. I'm not selling it at this price point. What is it at now? 17 is what I'm looking to get rid of. 50, if it gets up there, because we are going to have a correction. I mean, we are going to have a nice little uptick if it does happen. And if it does happen, I want to be able to capture that. I don't want to sell, at 1465. I would rather see if we get that nice uptick and sell 17. If it doesn't get there, that's perfectly fine. I mean, this is just really house money that's left over. I'm not using any of my profits that I've locked in. And I mean, if you were following this live stream, from a long time ago, I mean, I had a total of 1,571 Litecoins. I mean, that was my holding. Slowly but surely, I've been, locking in profits. I mean, I bought 500 at $4.30, and then I bought 1,071 at $7 even. So I'm not selling at a loss, but I wanted to, especially yesterday. Yesterday I sold 50 because I wanted to have some sort of capital to be able to take advantage of this crazy dip, and I thought we were going to have a crazy dip yesterday for me to be able to take some sort of position. But I'm glad I didn't take any positions yesterday because the dip today is even crazier. Trading cryptocurrency is like playing chicken, maybe like Russian roulette. It is, yeah. I mean, it's Danny Lowe. I mean, it's stressful, man. It's stressful. I might seem calm and collected, but I mean, it's stressful. It's not easy. I mean, any trader will tell you it's stressful. Thoughts on ICO, SONM.io. I don't know, man. I don't believe in ICOs. I don't think Logan's runs on here. I'm going to use Logan's quote. So Logan, I'm going to give you credit for this quote. I know you weren't on yesterday, and I did borrow your quote. But a lot of these ICOs, I mean, they like to fund them before they build them. Why not build it first and then ask for funding? Prove the concept. With a lot of these ICOs, the concept really hasn't been proven. It's a great concept, but it hasn't been proven. So it's a gamble. And I think the risk outweighs the reward on some ICOs. Some ICOs, not all of them, some ICOs. So I don't really get involved in ICOs. I mean, I'll take a look at it once they're listed on an exchange. I won't buy it the day that they're listed on the exchange. I won't buy it the first week. I probably won't even buy it the second week. I want to see maybe, a month worth of data. I want to see a month's worth of price action movement before I can determine, well, this might be a good buy-in. But yeah, I don't believe in ICOs. Oh, man. Hamda, you're asking me a lot. What do I think about PIVX, DigixByte, IOTA, Steam? It's a good amount to cover, and I wouldn't mind covering them. And I mean, I might take a look at a couple of them. I already covered IOTA. I already looked at that. So I'm sorry, you might have to just rewind the video and watch it later. I covered IOTA yesterday as well too, considering it was listed on the exchange on the 13th. Which one do I think has a potential and can flop on long term? They can all flop on long term. You're from Tunisia. Nice, dude. That's awesome. I'm from Eritrea. I'm sure you know where Eritrea is. Yeah, I mean, we'll take a look at PIVX. We'll take a look at DigixByte, but I will not look at IOTA, unfortunately. I do apologize. And maybe we'll take a look at Steam. I don't like looking at Steam anymore, considering I bought Steam at 20,000 Satoshis and I sold it at 18,000 Satoshis for a loss before, I mean, and then weeks later, it ran up to 80,000. Rocco, I mean, there's tons of places where you can go to learn, man. I am going to be creating, like mentorship programs and things like that to be able to teach some people. But, if you're interested in learning on your own, I mean, Google should be your best friend. You can find all that information on Google. But start basic, man. Start basic. Don't start with the hard stuff. Start with just looking at the candlesticks, what each candle possibly mean. Like, I mean, look at the definition of a candlestick and how a candlestick is formed. Once you start doing that, then you can start really, looking at support and resistance and plotting out your support and resistance line. And once you learn that, you can kind of learn on, supporting your uptrend and downtrend. And once you learn that, you can learn different patterns, the cup and handle, the inverted, head and shoulders, or just a regular head and shoulders, a bull flag, a bear flag. But yeah, you got to start somewhere basic, and you got to start somewhere where it's simple, and then kind of work your way up. Don't start at the hard stuff. Logan, welcome, buddy. I just kind of used your quote. I don't know if you heard it. Yeah, we got to see if BTC gets below this 2050. 2050, we got to see. If my prediction is right, where it hit 2,800 and then it got to 3,000, that's a difference of $200. Divide that by 2, that's $100. Add that to the low that it had set of 1913, it's 2013. And that's exactly what I was thinking yesterday. I'm like, it could do 2013 just based on the probability of the math. Let's see, what is my opinion for future references is the best thing to do if you think BTC is going to crash? Well, if you think BTC is going to crash and you're holding BTC, you might want to lock in some profit. I'm not saying sell everything, but you might want to lock in some profit, because if your theory is right and it does dip, you took profit and you have your capital, you have the profit you took that you can buy in at a cheaper price. Or, which I don't recommend, guys, I will not recommend you to short, or you can short. And you're basically, borrowing at the high and selling it on the exchange right away. So you're selling something you don't physically own. And then when it dips and starts dipping, you got to buy back to cover, and you pocket the difference. But I do not recommend shorting whatsoever. Please do not short until you're good at trading. And then once you really get good at trading, then yeah, it's a great opportunity. It's a great strategy. You're down to play some Russian roulette. Yeah, I don't know, man. I think a lot of people played Russian roulette buying BTC at $2,900.99. Thinking it was going to go up to 5,000, and I'm sure there's a lot of YouTubers saying 5,000's in sight. We're cracking 3,000. It's happening. With that big wall of 250 at 3,000, kept it down. I don't know, man. It is stressful, dude. It really is. I've been doing this for years, and from my experience, it is stressful, man. I do this for a living. It's stressful, man. I think any trader will tell you if they're doing it full time. When I was doing this part time, yeah, it wasn't stressful, man. But I eat, sleep, dream, trade, and invest. So it's stressful, bud. All right, crack 2,200. Let's see, what is it on Bitfinex? 2169. Let's look to see what it's doing with our moving average. Can F go as low as 200? Yes, anything's possible. Anything is possible currently today at this moment. Now, if you would ask me that when it was at $400, I would have probably been like, I don't know, man. It's going to take a while for it to come down to $200. But at this current price point, anything's possible, man. It touched 250 on Coinbase. What did it touch on Bitfinex? Is it Coinbase that's down, or is it GDAX? I'm able to access GDAX without any issues at all. Let me open another GDAX. I don't want to close it out just in case it does give me an issue. No, man, GDAX is working perfectly fine. There aren't too many people using Coinbase, to be honest with you. It's mainly, the people that are not into trading, they just want something simple. They want to be able to buy it, and then it's there. Are those people going to be selling? I don't know. So I don't know what's going to happen when Coinbase comes back on. But GDAX is not down at all. And you guys know GDAX is owned by Coinbase. Excuse me. $265 is what it touched. That was the low. And I'm surprised it was actually higher on Bitfinex than it was on on GDAX. So 265 versus 253. Anything is possible. Anything is possible. I mean, we went from 420 bucks to 250. That's huge. That is huge. I mean, if she touches 210 bucks, that's a 50% retracement. And that's a huge retracement. And normally, I mean, when we see these type of huge corrections, it could be anywhere from 50 to 60% or 40 to 60% that it drops before it finally decides to correct. Never bet what you can't afford to lose. Yes, I agree with that. I agree, dude. Yeah, you got to be, if you lose it, it can't be the end of the world. It has to be money you don't need. I mean, it sucks to lose money. It really does. I don't want anybody to lose money. And I can't seem to get to all these comments. Yeah, Jim Piper. Yeah, I'm glad you agree with me in the sense of ICO. A lot of people really, I mean, they'll read the white paper and they'll read all, biased information and they think it's great. And it might be great. Yeah, it might be. But, they need to prove that concept. And Logan, I stole one of your comments. I did give you credit. I gave you credit yesterday on it. I gave you credit today on it. But I stole your comment saying basically, they're funding it before they build it. And they need to build it first and then ask for funding because then they're proving a concept. And they haven't, a lot of these ICOs have not proven that concept yet. And that's why you're seeing once they're listed on an exchange, it goes up and then it just dips and dips and dips. I mean, look at that. How many people got trapped in that? What if Google or Apple own most of the cryptocurrency and are the ones being the bears? Oh, man, I don't think Apple's involved in cryptocurrencies. I don't think they are. They could easily if they wanted to. I mean, with as much of reserve that they have, I forget how many billions of dollars that they have sitting in cash. Majority of it sitting overseas because they don't want to bring it over to the U.S. and pay a hefty tax on it. But yeah, they could easily. Yeah, I mean, there's a lot that you got to look at, Ed. I mean, support and resistance. I mean, once you plot out your support and resistance, you really need to look at the order book and see exactly if the probability of that support or resistance working out based on the order book where buyers and sellers are stacked up is working out. So if you see a lot of buyers stacked up at the resistance that you plotted out, whether it's the first area of resistance, second area of resistance, or third area of resistance, then you know that your probability might be correct as long as it's a real wall. But then you got to also look at, I mean, what is the estimated moving average telling you? Especially, if you're on a shorter time frame with the estimated moving average. I mean, I set mine to a 5 and 10 days. A lot of people will look at the 20 and 50 days. I can care less about the 50 day. I want to try to get as close as I can. I couldn't do the 1 or 2 days. That's way too much. It's way too tight. It would cause me to kind of panic and sell. So for me, the 5 and 10 day kind of gives me a clear indication. But you got to look at a lot of different variables, man, to determine if this is the bottom. And I don't think it's the bottom right now. I could be completely wrong. I could. Rocco, yeah, I mean, things are in the works. It's just I need to find the time to do it, and I'm getting ready to move, so I'm getting ready to pack, and I'm going to be down. I'm going to be without internet for a while, but I am going to be offering, one-on-one type of mentorship service or a class. And if it's a class, it's going to be very structured. If it's a one-on-one personalized, it's going to be very personalized to what you want to learn. So those will be in the works later on. How about Ethereum? In what sense? The best, okay, so, and this is a very good question, Jim Piper. So what is the best method for taking profits? And he's new to this, is you don't want to try to exit when everybody is rushing to that exit door. So you want to lock in some profit as it's going up, because you got buyers that are lining to buy it. You got people that are foaming at the mouth to buy this. You got people that are hyping it, and you got people that want to chase it. So lock in profit on the way up and start selling maybe, a 10th of your position in increments. And as it starts to dip, you know that you locked in majority of your profits, and you can use your profits and your capital to buy back more. But if you try to exit when everybody's rushing to that exit door, you never get, yes, you're going to get that order filled, but you're going to get that order filled at a low price. and it's not worth it. You know, and I've said it before, and I'll say it again. You know, be fearful. And this is Warren Buffett's, you know, I mean, straight out of his mouth. You know, and if you don't know who Warren Buffett is, I highly recommend you read any book that he has out there. You research Warren Buffett. You listen to him when he talks with open ears. I highly recommend Warren Buffett. But he said, you know, be fearful, you know, when others are greedy. So when the market was going up from 1900, you know, to 3000, you should have been, you know, you should have been fearful. You should have been locking in those profits. But he also said to be greedy when others are fearful. When others are panicking and they're selling, you should be greedy and you should be buying increments. Not saying go all in, but you should be possibly taking some position in, because you really don't know where the bottom is. Nobody can predict where the bottom is. We have a theory of where the bottom might be, but that theory is either going to be proven right or it's going to be proven wrong. More than likely, it's going to be proven wrong. So there's no sense of going all in at one specific price. Like if anybody would have saw Ethereum, you know, dropping from 420 to 300 bucks, and they got into 300 bucks thinking that was the bottom, you know, and they put everything that they had into it, then it fell to 250. So I never recommend going all in at all. I do it sometimes, but I've been doing this for a while, so I know kind of what to look out for. But if you're just starting out and you're looking to buy and it's dipping and stipping, you know, just get a little bit of skin in the game, buy a little bit. If it dips further, buy a little bit more. If it dips further, buy a little bit more. But you need to set those support lines and start buying at different intervals of those support lines based on your theory, whether that's a good support or not. Now, let's just say your first area of support that you plot out, and you're looking at the order book, and you don't see anybody stacked up at that specific price point. I wouldn't put any money on the line. I would wait for maybe the second area of support. And at the second area of support, if I see there are a good amount of people stacked up, I might put a little bit into that position at that specific price point. And if it cracks below that, then I have more funds to add to it. So that's the best approach to take. You know, lock in a little bit of profit as it's going up, and that's exactly what I did with Ethereum. I was selling on the way up. On the way down, I got rid of everything. Just on the way down a little bit, I sold at 310. So you know, prior to that, I sold at 400. Did we just actually break 100? Wow, 100 people on this live stream. 101. You guys are awesome. Seriously, I mean, I'm speechless. I never thought when I started doing these live streams that I would see 101 people on this live stream. So thank you guys so much. I appreciate you joining. I appreciate you listening to me. Sometimes I do ramble on, and I'm hoping that you're actually able to take some of these tips and advice that I give you and actually incorporate them into your trading strategy. And if you're able to take some of these things that I said and you incorporate them into your trading strategies and you actually made money, you know, leave me a comment when this video uploads, you know, as a testimonial. Leave me a comment. Let me know that, hey, you know what? You said this and this and this, and I incorporated that into my trading, and I was able to make X amount of percentage, or I was able to learn this and really stick to this plan. But yeah, to be at 101, I mean, that's impressive. So thank you guys so much. I do appreciate it. And I hope the new people that are joining, I'm hoping you guys are clicking on the subscribe button if you do find this information helpful, as well as a thumbs up. I mean, 45 thumbs up, that's amazing. That is amazing. And I owe it all to you guys, or ladies. Because I know we do have some ladies on this, and I don't want to single you ladies out. So thank you so much for joining. Thank you so much for listening to me. This is awesome. This is awesome. And I really didn't even have a plan to doing any live streams today. So thank you so much. All right, so let's see. Ethereum is starting to break. I mean, it broke above the 300, 302. What are the other averages doing? Let's see. So, I mean, we're getting some sort of stabilization, but on the 15-minute chart, you know, our slower moving average has not conversed our longer moving average. So, I don't know, man. It's a little leery to see this, to see it really stabilizing, but that moving average just has not really gotten tight together. I mean, they're still pretty far apart from each other. And that's not a clear indication unless they really start to converge, especially on the 15-minute chart. Yes, on the 1-minute chart, they've definitely crossed each other. But not on the 15-minute chart yet. Let me look at some of these comments. You trade Forex, and trading is stressful. Dude, and trading Forex is stressful. I mean, Forex is 24/7. Yeah, the currency changes every 15 minutes. It's stressful, man. And thank you for agreeing with me. And I don't think there's any trader out there, it doesn't matter what you're trading, to tell you that it's easy. It's not easy. And I've said it before, if this was easy, everybody and their mother with an internet connection would be trading and making money. That is not the case. So trading is stressful. Trading is hard. It is not easy. It is not easy money. But yeah, thank you so much for saying that. You trade Forex and it is stressful. I agree with you. 2139 on Poloniex. 2-2. So I mean, it cracked under that 2. It cracked under that 2 on Poloniex. And usually, I've seen Poloniex and Bitfinex be, somewhat similar, but they're not now. I mean, we got 2247, 304 on Ethereum, 1539 on Ethereum Classic. IOTA is dipping at 36. I mean, I would love to see this thing crack below 30. Ripple's really not doing much, 0.23, so I'm glad I cut that loose at 25 cents. Try cage fighting. Oh, dude, I'm sure. I'm sure it's stressful. I'm sure it's tough. It's not easy. I'm not saying cage fighting is easy. I'm not saying MMA fighting is easy. It's not easy at all. I completely agree with you. But, I mean, those are like comparing apples and oranges. I mean, we can't really compare those two together. Physically, yes, cage fighting, MMA fighting, physically, it's hard. It's stressful. But, trading mentally, it drains you. And when you're mentally drained, you're physically drained. I mean, after I do a 4-hour live stream, honestly, guys, like I am exhausted, like beyond belief. And it's not easy. So streaming is not easy either. I mean, I think this would be a lot easier if I was able to converse with you guys verbally. But, all I'm able to do is just kind of read the comments, try to decipher the comments to understand what you might be asking, because I might read it completely different and respond to it completely different, as well as looking at the charts and stuff. Jim Piper, not a problem, man. Thank you for joining. I appreciate it. Yeah, 100 on the stream. 111. This is a record. Yeah, ECS, if you want to keep a tab on it to see what we get up to. But yeah, thank you guys. I mean, I appreciate this. I appreciate the thumbs up. I appreciate you guys coming on and viewing. And if you're subscribing, that's awesome. And if you haven't done so, I mean, please join our mailing list. Sign up. Once you sign up for our mailing list, we'll give you access to our free general chat room. And that chat room is growing. And if you have Steemit, these videos will be uploaded to Steemit. So help us out by uploading this, as well as checking us out on Twitter and Facebook, and sharing this with your friends, your families, whoever's interested in cryptocurrency, or if they just think about, getting interested in it, and they want to learn, little tips and tricks and whatnot. Share this link with them. Have them subscribe. Have them, if they don't want to subscribe, that's all right. Have them come on to the live stream and ask questions. That's really the best way to learn. All right, so here we go. So let's see. On Ethereum, on Bitfinex, it is crossing over. And I don't know what I have this set to. Let me see. The length is 10 days. 10 days on the EMA. Let me put another EMA on there. So I have the moving average exponential. That's what I have on there. I'm going to add another one, but I'm going to change the date. Let me see. Okay, that's at the 10 days. We're going to do 5 days. 5 days, and I'm going to change that color. We'll change it to green. So as long as our green EMA, that might be a little, I think you guys can see that. If you can't see that, let me know. Let's see what other color I can use. No, we'll use yellow. I think yellow will stick out. So we do have our 5-day exponential moving average. It's below our 10 days exponential moving average, and that's a good sign to see for possible turnaround. And that's exactly what it's doing. I mean, it's following the trend of the candlestick. So our smaller EMA of 5 days is crossing our longer 10-day EMA. So that's definitely a good sign. It's a short-term good sign. All right, having a little bit of issues with the kids, so I'm gonna have to get off this live stream. You know, I'll give it to about 12:15 my time, so that's within about 6 minutes. And I'm sure we're going to have some crazy moves, you know, once I get off this live stream. And I wish I could stay on, but I do have 3 kids that I got to take care of. Let me see from some of these comments. A lot of comments. So if I missed your comment, I do apologize, bottom of my heart. It's not my intention to miss a comment at all. 126 people watching. Oh man! And I wish I can. I'll try to stay on as long as I can, but I don't know how long I can stay on, guys. I do apologize. It's late in Tokyo. Yeah, well, welcome, man. I'm glad. Thank you for letting me know where you're from. Somebody bought at 250. If that's for Ethereum, it's not bad. I don't know if you took profit at 300 or not, but 250 is actually pretty good. Yeah, I think, you know, Ether has a little more downtrend to go. Somebody said, you know, it's down 25% in a few days. I think she could easily go down 40% total. Yeah, Jim Piper. Definitely look up Warren Buffett, man. He's my idol. Do I think this could be the last bump for crypto, like this fall? Like this fall will not stop. And 3,000 for Bitcoin was the last scam. Yeah, possibly, man. You know, I mean, this could easily drop, you know, to under 1,500. Yeah, I mean, I'm not saying that's going to drop to 1,500 now, but if this trend continues and we don't get any type of upward move, it could easily fall. What do I think of LTC? I like LTC. I'm still holding LTC. I have not sold one LTC yet, and I bought at 30.36. I'm sure you guys know. Ripple, I got rid of Ripple. I never really liked Ripple, but it was cheap, so I bought it at 23.711, and I should have sold at 29. I didn't sell at 29. I didn't sell at 28. I didn't sell at 27. I didn't sell at 26. So finally, I sold at 25. Let me see. Coinbase is back on. Who do the traders use to buy BTC? I mean, you use an exchange, bud. I don't know. They use an exchange to buy BTC, and just about every exchange in the cryptocurrency world has BTC. Yeah, 2,000 to 2,100 is probably the bottom. Yeah, you know, I was thinking, you know, 2013, and I talked about it earlier. You know, just basically taking $200, which is from the 2,800 to 3,000, dividing that by 2, and taking 100, adding that to the low of 1913 would give you 2013. I don't know. We'll see if BTC will free fall again. We will see. Ethereum, though, is looking pretty good. 307, 309. So, I mean, I sold at 310. I mean, earlier today, I was looking to basically get back into Ethereum, but I wasn't happy at that 250 range. I was looking closer to the 200 range. And, of course, it didn't get to that level, unfortunately. Yeah, I think, you know, I mean, Coinbase is pretty safe to buy BTC. You're going to pay a premium. You're best to buy it on GDAX, GDAX.com, which is owned by Coinbase. And I don't know if you knew that or not. If you knew that, I'm sorry for repeating that. But you can set up a buy limit and not pay commission, and then transfer that Bitcoin anywhere you want to transfer it to. You're buying LTC? Yeah, I wouldn't mind adding to the position, but I just don't know. If I want to add to it at this 27, I didn't really even want to add to it at the 25. Would it get to 24.50? I would have definitely added to it at $20, hardcore. I would have probably added everything that I had at that 24 price level. But we'll see. I don't know. You know, I might short this. I don't know if I'm going to short it at 27.13. But I might actually even take a short position at 29. So if this gets to 29, I'll take a very short position. and then I'll get rid of it real quick. So let me see if I can get to some of these comments, and then if it gets to 29, like I said, I'll short it. I mean, considering we are in a bear territory, it's not going to sustain a move up to 30 bucks. So why not take a very lofty short position at 29? I'm going to go ahead and keep that in the order book. Actually, let me take a look at this 1 hour chart real quick to see if my 29 is going to be possibly feasible. Oh yeah, that 29 will be a great short. Now guys, please be careful. I don't recommend shorting. Please do not short because I'm possibly shorting at 29 bucks. Please do not do it. Shorting is a very dangerous game, and you can lose everything. You can actually lose everything. You can lose more than what you put in. Skippo, you bought a coin at 2,800. Oh man. Get the hell out and eat my lumps. Are you asking me? Are you telling me to get the hell out? If you're telling me to get the hell out, I'm sorry, but I wasn't the one that bought it 2,800 bucks. Unless that comment was meant towards somebody else. I mean, I know what Mate Safe is. I haven't looked at it in a very long time. So how do you know Mate Safe is, 5 times, or to go up? I'm assuming you're saying it's going to go up 5 times when it launches. I mean, how do you know that? No one knows that. I mean, that's a bold statement if you're saying that it's going to go up 500%. That's a very bold statement. F is running up. Yeah, 313. I sold at 310. But I mean, this could be a complete fake out. A complete fake out, guys. Complete fake out. Let me get out of here and look at BTC. I'm sorry, not BTC. Ethereum. Did it just really jump up to 40? Wow, it did. And this is on a 5-minute candlestick. I mean, but let's really take a look at this. I mean, it went up so high, it just got dumped right back down. So people are locking in profits on every uptick, and for it to get to 340 or a little under 3, yeah, actually 340 it hit. So there must have been somebody shorting it, and there would have been people covering. But we'll see, and that might be the same thing with this. But I will definitely take that short position at 29, maybe 29.50. 29.50 might be a very good short position, and that's only $2 away from its current price point. We'll see. I might have to change that order to 29.50. Our EMAs are starting to cross. Let's see. Yeah, I mean, I'll take a look at it. I mean, I'm probably not going to take a look at it at B, but I think it was Made Safe. So we got about 113. Let me think about when I'm going to get off, because I definitely want to be doing a live stream while I take a position. And I do apologize if anybody got off the live stream, because I said I was going to be getting off in about 5 minutes. So if you guys are still sticking with me, thank you so much. But I definitely want to be able to take a position while I'm still doing a live stream and get in and get out of that trade. I mean, F is definitely making a move. I forget who asked me about that. Jim Piper. Did our EMAs cross? When did they cross? Yep, they crossed right over here. And this is on a 5-minute candlestick. But I mean, this is going up way too fast. I mean, this was only at 10 a.m. that it dipped. So I mean, within 2 hours and 20 minutes. You know, it's up 90 bucks. Yeah, that's too fast, too quick. But I do got to pay attention to Litecoin, considering I am going to be taking a possible short position. Let's see what Skippo's saying. Skippo, not you, bud. I mean me. Yeah, that 2,800 is pretty high, man. It's pretty high. But I mean, we know Bitcoin can make it back up. I don't know if you add it to your position to kind of lower your cost average. But yeah, but you know, if you didn't, you know, sell when it, you know, breached 20, 27, 26, 25, then yeah, the best thing to do is hold. I mean, I could have easily panicked and sold Litecoin. I mean, I have 310 Litecoins that, you know, could have easily panicked and sold at 25 bucks and been down, you know, 1,500. But yeah, I wasn't going to panic. And you didn't panic, so I'm assuming you still have your position from 2,800. Do I recommend trading with leverage? No. Do not do it until you get comfortable with trading. Once you get comfortable with trading, yeah, it's okay. I mean, anything in moderation is okay. And I do use leverage. But just because I use leverage does not mean everybody should use leverage. It's a dangerous game to play with leverage. And for me to short, I have no choice but to use leverage. Like I have to leverage in order for me to short. But yeah, shorting is a dangerous game. So I would kind of stay away from it. And if you decide to short, do it in very small moderations. Because basically, I mean, it's a dangerous game. I mean, even leverage is a dangerous game. I mean, just buying low and expecting to sell high and borrowing, you know, borrowing money from the exchange. I mean, I've done it. I'm not saying I've never done it, but it can be dangerous. Yeah, things are rebounding now. Who asked me, is Ethereum going up now? Blinn, I think it is. Yeah, I mean, everything is kind of getting on the up. But who knows how long this is going to be sustained for? It might not sustain it for that long. But, you know, I mean, you're gonna have upticks, and these upticks might be small, but the dip is going to be bigger, and that's what we've been seeing. It's bigger dips, little rises and bigger dips. You know, so I mean, this is going to have resistance at 2,300 and possibly 50. So we'll see how she reacts to that 2,350. But I mean, you know, this is significant moves that it's making. You know, from 2050 to 23. I mean, once it hits 2,350, if anybody bought it at 2050, I mean, that's 300 bucks. I mean, 300 bucks that's significant to me, man. Is this a good time to buy? I mean, you know, if you want to get skin in the game, it might be. And I would only recommend just buying a little bit. Don't buy a lot. I'm not buying at these levels yet. I want to see if they start making, you know, lower lows. I mean, these are only lower highs. You know, she's got to really start cracking key resistance levels and just really start cracking them and really breaking through them with a vengeance for us to say, wow, yeah, this is definitely coming back. But you could be chasing it right now. But you know, if like I said, if you wanted to get your feet wet, and have a little bit of skin in the game, you know, you might want to just put a little bit in, whatever you're comfortable with. But I mean, you know, for Ethereum to get up to 340, I mean, whoever sold at 340, somebody was buying at 340. Now it's stepping to 317. So if you would have thought, hey, this is a great time to buy, it's getting up there, and you bought at 340, I mean, you know, you're down a little bit. You're down 23 bucks. This channel needs to get bigger. Thank you, JD. I appreciate it, man. And I mean, it has. I mean, we've got 114 people that are watching this live stream. That's amazing. I mean, that is awesome. I never thought I would really break 50, to be honest with you, you know? But yeah, this is awesome. You guys are joining this live stream. And if you haven't done so, click on that subscribe button. I haven't even looked at to see, you know, if we gained a lot of subscribers today. But I hope we did. And I hope you guys find this information helpful. And I'm assuming you are, because you're clicking on that like button. You sold one, let's see, 1350 Walton. You sold one Bitcoin at 2,150, hoping didn't sell at the bottom. Oh man. Well, I mean the bottom was 2050, but you might have sold close to the bottom, unless it decides to correct again and come back down. If she does come back down, then you made the right choice. I mean, I sold Ethereum at 310. I sold 15 at 310. And that was way before it dipped to 253. So I'm just glad I didn't sell it at 253 or sell it, at 260 or just sell it under 3, considering it made it back up. But yeah, I mean, things are starting to make a move. They definitely are. And our EMAs have definitely crossed, except on Litecoin. On Litecoin, it's just starting to cross over. So I really got to pay attention to this, considering I have a short position in the order book, and that short is pretty big. I mean, 328 coins is short at that 29 price point. It's a lot. I mean, if she goes up to 30, I'm down 320 bucks. So the higher she goes, the more money I'm going to lose. But that's not going to happen. Coinbase back up. Let the uptrend begin. I agree. Yeah, I mean, congratulations to anybody who didn't panic and sell. Litecoin at 24, didn't sell Bitcoin at 2050, didn't sell Ethereum at 250. I mean, congrats, because you would have been selling at the bottom. Flipping only 8 billion left, possibly. Zcash versus Ethereum, dude, those are like apples and oranges. But Zcash is definitely outpacing. Let me take a look. Zcash was definitely outpacing Ethereum. Yeah, 327. That's impressive. I mean, yeah, it's down 18%, but it's still 327. That's huge. I expected Dash to drop further, and I'm surprised Dash is still hovering right under that, 150. Currently at 148. May the force be with you, Crypto Traders Room. May the force be with you, Obi-Wan. Will Ethereum recovery be just as fast as it tanked? I mean, we saw it before. They both tanked. Ethereum tanked to 115. Bitcoin tanked to 1913, and the correction, the comeback was vicious. It came back with a vengeance. It's kind of hard to say, if it's going to come back up with a vengeance, or if it's going to find a very happy medium and just consolidate. What do I think Bitcoin's bottom will be? I mean, if she cracks 1913, I mean, I have a buy-in at 1615 that I'm probably just going to leave in there, because I'm going to have a busy day today, taking care of some things, so I'm not going to be at a computer watching it. But the bottom could be, right under 1900 possibly, if she does get to that point. I mean, we're still stuck at this range here now. So Ethereum at 321. So I'm assuming did you just sell it on the uptick that we had, or did you sell it prior to that? But a profit's a profit. As long as that was a profit and you didn't take a hit on it, Sydney, a profit's a profit, and that's the way I look at it. Even if it goes up higher. I'm glad I sold at 310 because it dipped to 250, 253. Should I bought at 253? Yeah, possibly. But I'm looking at other things. I don't know if I want to buy back in to Ethereum. I would rather add more to the 310 long position that I have on Litecoin, and that would have been 24 bucks, 24.50 ish. Now I'm looking to short it if it gets to 29 bucks. How low will Bitcoin go? That's the name of the game. How low can she go? I don't know, bud. Only time will tell. But, you know, there's really no reason that she went up. And I've said it before. There's no reason that she went up to 3,000 from 1913. No reason at all. Not that fast. You know, it went up way too fast. Look at the candle at the bottom of the BTC 15-minute. I think that would be it. You think the 2050? Let me see. On the 15-minute chart. Yeah, nice engulfing green candle. That's definitely nice. But a lot of times, you know, I mean, you can see fake outs. And I mean, we've seen fake outs. You know, this was a fake out here. This was a fake out here. You know, I mean, let's really zoom out of here. Because really, I mean, all we're seeing is fake outs, tsunami waves. You know, it dips down, goes up a little bit, starts to curl to the downside, drops. You know, starts to go up, curl down to the downside, drop. I mean, this is just forming those waves consistently. So, I mean, really, if you really pay attention to this on a granular 5 minutes, maybe, you know, possibly 1 minute, you know, the minute that you start to see that it's starting to curl, that it's not really on an uptrend. And if we really draw our line, I'm just going to put a line here real quick. Go from here. Yeah, if it allows me to do it. You know, this would be on an uptrend if it would have stayed within this trend line. But as you start to see it kind of curve and start to curl to the downside, and you see that those estimated moving averages start to basically kind of curl and basically converge each other, then yeah, I mean, you know, that's an indication that, oh man, it's going to drop. It's going to drop. And I don't know, we'll see if we see that on this. It's not really forming that type of pattern, especially on the 15 minutes. On the 5 minutes, is it? No. I mean, it was supported. It could have been right here. This could have been that wave to bring it back down, but that didn't happen. Let's take a look at the 3 minute. 3 minute formed a nice cup. Nice cup, nice handle. A little bit to the upside. It didn't have that boom that it should have, but it did come down just a little bit and consolidate before having that uptick, and that's on the 3 minute candlestick. On the 1 minute, there's a cup, a little bit of a handle. Oh, this is perfect. I mean, perfect cup. A little bit of a handle, and then you got the push to the upside. And that was from the low. So I do like it on the 1 minute candlestick. And it's staying within. Let's see if I can put a trend line on there. And that's our trend. That's a line that she has to maintain. And I basically, you know, I plotted these based on, you know, where I see this, where I see that, kind of just, you know, maintain in that trend line. Yeah, here she did come down. You know, she broke through that line, but she maintained that uptrend. And then when she maintained that uptrend, she stayed above that trend line. So I'm basically, you know, kind of like looking at those points there and saying, okay, you know what, that should be the trend line, because a couple times she came down to it. So that's 1, 2, 3. So she has to stay above that trend line in order for this to be a nice bullish move to the upside. As long as she doesn't curl, like, you know, like she's done right here. I mean, this is just nasty. I mean, if you're seeing this and you're seeing these candlesticks forming on the 1 minute and you start to see a curl, get out, get the hell out. Get the hell out and wait for a bigger dip, because that's exactly what it's going to do. And that's every time. I mean, you're looking at this candlestick here, this little mini tsunami wave. And I would say this is a huge tsunami wave. But this little tsunami wave right here, you know, it's the same thing. You know, it got up, it starts to curl, and then boom, it drops heavily. But so far, this could be looking good. And as we can see too, our moving averages, I mean, aside from, right over here, our moving averages were very tight together. I mean, even when she was really dropping below that trend line, it was very tight. It wasn't separated that far. No, this is definitely a good turnaround, but it's going to have those resistance. And it's going to have those resistance at, possibly different points. And I would say for this to really start making that uphill move, I mean, it's got to crack 2350. 2350, and it's got to crack it with a vengeance. And if it cracks 2350 and gets up to, right up here, this level before it decided to downtrend, that's very bullish. So 2350 and then 2450 is really key areas to look at. Actually, maybe above 2350. Probably like 2385-ish. Let me pay attention to my Litecoin because I have an open short position, and that's not good that I'm not looking at it. LTC feature. I looked at it earlier. I don't know why I'm going to YouTube. I don't need YouTube right now. I need Crypto Watch. Who asked me to take a look at let me see. TJM. Yeah, and I said that before, where LTC was down 11%, but LTC futures was only down about 2.5%. And I'm like, this is a positive sign. And I like the fact that LTC futures is up 0.3% now. I do like it. I like it for my long position. My short position, definitely not. Definitely not. And that's not a short position that I probably want to be taking with futures going up. Where am I? Even though it could be a good possible short, and I mean, when I mean a short, I mean, for a possible $300 profit, it could hit that 29 resistance and then come right back down to 28, and I would cover, because having a short position is not something that you want to hold. You don't want to overstay your welcome on a short position. That's something to definitely keep in mind. Really, I mean, with any of the altcoins, I shouldn't say altcoins, the crap coins, don't overwelcome your stay in that trade. You lose money when you overwelcome your stay. So if I do get a short position here at 29, I'm not overwelcoming my stay. I see that 28 hits. If it dips to 28, I'm covering. I'm going to take that $328 and run to the run away. But yeah, futures is looking good so far. Definitely not looking good on BTC. BTC is down 4.3%. Futures is down BTC is down 7.43%. Futures is down 7.4%. That is not a good sign whatsoever. And I wish I had access to features on Ethereum and Ethereum Classic. I wish I did, but I don't. But yeah, this is a sea of red. A sea of red. There's nothing green today. BTS, yeah, 4%. But aside from that, nothing. Everything is red. But futures is looking good. I mean, futures is rising from that 0.26 to 0.92. So futures is looking very healthy. 61 likes, man. You guys are awesome. You guys are awesome. Seriously, thank you so much. And I mean, over 100 watchers. I would have never imagined it. Never at all. I don't know if anybody is in Augur and Rep. If you are, let me know. That's not a good drop at all. I mean, I think it was at 37 bucks when I saw it. All right, let me get out of this, but I will be looking at futures. And if anybody's looking at futures and you want to, put it in the chat what futures is, if I'm not looking at Litecoin, definitely let me know. But it's 0.8% now. But I got to really analyze my possible short position to see if that's going to be good, or should I cancel it and get rid of it? Because that entry could kick me. It could definitely kick me in the ass, honestly. And that's the range right there that I'm playing. This flat line right here, where a good amount of the consolidation happened between 29.41 and 29. That is what I'm playing. And it could actually hit that 29 and my order would execute and it would get to 29.35, 29.50 before dipping down. So that's why I'm thinking that 29 might not be a good entry. 29.99 might even be better. Low of 29.50. So 29.50 looks like might be even a better short entry instead of that 29. Because then really all I would need it to do is drop to 28.50. That's a drop of $1. That's a little less than 330 bucks there. So what I'm basically doing is, if I do take a short position at, let's just say 30 bucks, I'm hedging against my long position, so that if it does dip, my long position is taking a dip in USD value, but my short position will be actually gaining the value that my long position is losing. So I'll be hedging my long position by taking a short position in that same cryptocurrency. Say, Grandpa, what's going to be Ethereum's bottom? We might have found it already. Might have found Ethereum's bottom already. I don't have any Ethereums anymore. I did get rid of them. 310, they were gone. But no, that 250 might have been the bottom. Might, and that's always a magic word, because we just don't know what's going to happen. Might. Yeah, and ECS is right. It's hard. It's hard to say. Nobody can predict what the cryptocurrency is going to do at all, unless you're the exchange. Then you have a higher probability of knowing what it's going to do, because you have so much data. You can see where the buyers are stacked up. You can see where the sellers are stacked up, whether they're a long position or a short position. So exchanges have a better idea of what it's going to do than retail investors like myself and anybody else that's trading. Can I analyze a trend on Ethereum quickly? Yeah, I just got to pay attention though to Litecoin, considering I'm going to be taking a short position. I don't want to take a short position while I'm looking at Ethereum and it starts to rise on me. Yeah, I mean, everything is trending upwards. It really is. There's really nothing and this is a 5-minute candlestick. There's really nothing that's completely downtrending. And I would say that this is trending a lot better than anything else I've seen. I mean, as long as it stays within this trend line, we're good, and it's staying within that trend line. Yeah, it's not really forming the tsunami wave that we've been seeing. I mean, the waves were getting bigger and bigger, and then they got smaller and smaller. We're not seeing these tsunami waves to the downside. So it is looking somewhat bullish. But it's hard to say. It's hard to say, because they could really turn around at any price point. Anytime they could turn around. But BTC's going up, Ethereum's going up. Ethereum Classic, I'm sure, is going up. I haven't even looked at it. Litecoin is going up. But yeah, once BTC starts to dip, so really pay attention to BTC. What is it doing to determine if the others are going to follow suit? Unless the flipping is happening, where money's coming out of BTC and actually going into Litecoin or going into Ethereum, then the outcome is going to be a little different. $1 hour on Ethereum. Yeah, the 1 hour looks good. I mean, it's definitely engulfing, especially with these two big candles. It's definitely engulfing majority of the loss that it had sustained. I mean, we're talking about from basically 250 to, what was this price point? 240. I mean, $90 that it regained. So that's impressive for it. But yeah, I mean, for me to look at 1 hours, I mean, 12 hours, I mean, that's for long-term investors. This is for long-term outlook. But yeah, on the 12 hours, I mean, it doesn't look anything great. It really hasn't started engulfing this prior red candle at all. You know, once it engulfs this prior red candle on a 12-hour candlestick, then we know, okay, you know what? This is the turnaround. It's completely turned around. It started to engulf the prior loss that it had taken. But at this current time on the 12-hour candlestick, it's not, at least from what I see. Now, I could be wrong. Who knows? I'm in a lot of comments, and I apologize. I can't get to all of them. I don't know anything about bid shares, bud. I might have to research that. I'll put it on my list. I got so much stuff on my list, I might not have a chance to look at it, but maybe if I hear about it again, I'll remember it. 27.50. Okay, so $1.50 from my possible entry, but that might be up, to be honest with you. I might have to up that to like 19 or 29.50 to possibly 29.75. Because we are going to have a dip again. This is not going to just keep going up and up and up and get back up to the all-time high. It's not. I'm sorry. Yeah, I mean, I hate to say that. It's not. Is this a fake out? It might be a longer time frame of a fake out instead of a very short time frame fake out like we've been seeing. Brett, go for it, man. If you want to dislike this video, you know, I won't hold it against you. But if you do dislike this video, tell me why. You know, leave me a comment when the video uploads and tell me why you dislike it, and I will work on improving it. But no, you know, if you want to give this video a thumbs down, like I said, I will not hold it against you. But at least, you know, be honest and tell me why you dislike it, so that on the next live stream I could possibly improve. That's all that I ask. You know, where would I recommend putting coins? I mean, get yourself a hardware wallet. That's the best thing you could do. You know, get yourself a hardware wallet, especially if you're not going to be trading them. You're going to be holding them long term. Get them off the exchange. Matt, that's funny, buddy. You're going to invest how much? $10,000 into 5 pounds of cannabis coin. All right, let's see. BTC starting to get to some key levels of 23.50, 27.60. I mean, yeah, things are coming up. Things are coming up. What am I trying to do here? I need to get out of this. Ripple's still being held down, though, with everything else kind of moving back up. Ripple's being held down. Is that going to drop again? Possibly. Who knows? You know, I mean, it's definitely on the uptrend currently right now. Especially looking at Litecoin on Bitfinex, I do like how our 5-day moving average, exponential moving average, is completely above and separated above our 10-day exponential moving average. So I do like to see that. The bigger the gap, the more the uptick that we're going to see. Once they start to really curl and converge onto each other and cross each other is when you know there's going to be a downtrend. And we could possibly fall into a little bit of a trouble, a little bit of a hiccup, possibly, if it does decide to curl. But yeah, it's tough to determine. You know, I mean, when everything was just basically, you know, hitting the bottom, hitting the low of the day, it's hard to determine what you should take a position in. And I really had to made up my mind on what I was going to take a position on. And I should have probably said, you know what, I'm going to stick with Litecoin. If Litecoin drops to that 24.50, I'm going to buy it. But yeah, it was very indecisive. I didn't know what I wanted to buy. So I am still selling 750 Ethereum Classics at 17 bucks. I'm not going to take that off. I'm going to lock in those profits, considering they were purchased 614. You like Exodus for crypto wallet and exchange? I don't know, man. I don't think I'm a fan of any wallets currently right now, unless it's a hardware wallet. You know, I mean, look at what happened to Jax. Could the same thing happen to Exodus? It's a possibility. Anything's possible. All right, so looking at Ethereum Classic, you know, as we can see our 5-day moving average, you know, we can kind of see it start to curl just slightly, a little bit. I know if I go into 5 minutes, it's definitely curling. But on the 15 minutes, you can definitely see it start to curl. And that's why it's very important to just look at different time frames. And if you're really trading, you can't trade on one monitor. You need multiple monitors. You need as much of real estate space as you can get, because you need to be able to use so much of the chart. You need to have, you know, I mean, if I wasn't doing a live stream, I would have, you know, the 1 minute, the 5 minute, the 15 minutes, and the 30 minutes up on the same exact cryptocurrency, because I want to see exactly what are they doing on every of those minutes. And as we can see on the 5 minute, it's curling, but I don't think it's completely crossed over yet. On the 1 minute, I would say it's crossed over, but let's take a look. Yep, completely crossed over on the 1 minute downtrend. So that's why it's very important to take a look at. Different time frames. It's very important. But as you can see on the 15-minute time frame, it hasn't crossed over. You know, I mean, it's come down just a little bit, but it has not completely crossed over where it has on the 1 minute candlestick. Come on, let's get up to 29 bucks so I can at least take an entry while I'm doing a live stream. And then I'll do my best to stay on while I try to exit out. But if I don't get an entry, you know, 1 p.m., you know, I do apologize. 1 p.m., I got to get off of this. And that's about in 8 minutes. So thank you so much, you know, for being with me. I do appreciate it. I'm going to try to get to some of the comments and answer them as best as I can. But I've been doing this live stream since 8:30 a.m. So at 1 o'clock, I do got to get off. Is he playing in eToro? I don't know what eToro is. Yeah, I think they're all looking nice now. I mean, they really are. They are starting to recover somehow, some way. You know, sellers have exhausted everything they had. They really have exhausted everything. Now, the problem we got to worry about is the people that were able to catch this at the bottom. You know, the people that bought, you know, I mean, somebody bought at 2,050, but, you know, anywhere up between 2,050 to 2,100 to 2,150 to 2,200. Those are really the people now you got to worry about looking to lock in those profit and sell, because the market has just been so unpredictable. And that's why we're really possibly not breaking out. And I mean, yeah, we broke the 2350, but it couldn't sustain it. It could not sustain it at all. Complete market manipulation is the right thing, man. Yeah, I mean, these things get manipulated all the time. It just happens to be a bigger manipulation today. Yeah, man, I got to keep an eye on that Litecoin. I really do, especially considering I have that order in the book, short. Yeah, you don't want to walk away from a short position, or you don't want to walk away and have a short position be initiated on you without you really watching it. Anyone buy Doge? Yeah, actually, I did. Not for me. I bought it for my son. He's always asking me about Doge. I don't know how many I bought him. 1,000 maybe? I don't know. I got to look at it. I'll look at it some other time on a different live stream. I think it was either 5,000 or 1,000. I don't know. But I wouldn't buy Doge for myself. I bought Ripple, and that was kind of risky. I don't really have an opinion about BTS. I really don't. If I did, I would definitely share it. Hope Litecoin goes to 22. Yeah, after it hits 29, maybe. Yeah, I wouldn't want it to go down to 22 from where it currently is, because I do have a very sizable position for a long, not a long-term outlook, but a long position. Bradley, awesome. Welcome, man. Not a problem. Thank you for joining. And I'm glad you learned a lot. And thank you for writing that message. Not a problem, buddy. I'm glad you guys enjoyed the session. And I hate to get off this live stream, and I wish I could continue doing this live stream. But majority of you guys know that I have 3 kids, and I got to kind of tend to them. But I really couldn't miss doing a live stream today, considering this craziness that was going on. So come on, Litecoin, let's get up to that 29 bucks. Not a problem, man. Thank you for joining. I appreciate you, man. Yeah, dude, I do this Mondays, Wednesdays, and Fridays. So please, if you're new to this, click on that subscribe button and hop on these live streams on Mondays, Wednesdays, and Fridays, except for this upcoming Friday, which is tomorrow. I do have a scheduled event that I have to attend to. So it will not be our normal 9:30 a.m. Eastern time zone live stream. So click on that post notification, because if I get back in time from my appointment, then I'll hop on and do a quick live stream, especially if there's something crazy that's going on in the market. Say, Grandpa, if that comment was for me, that my comments were on point, thank you so much. I appreciate it. And if that wasn't for me and somebody had some comments that were on point, that is awesome. And that's what I want you guys to do. I mean, share some factual information, share some comments that are on point. Bitfinex is returning to normal, even though they are under DDoS attack. Yes, and somebody said that they weren't under DDoS attack, and I was like, no, dude, they are, because I've been having a hard time. Hello from Russia. Welcome. And you know what? Thank you, man. Whoever you are from Russia, and I'm sorry I can't pronounce your name, but thank you for saying for saying hello from Russia. Because next time I see your name, I'll know you're from Russia. So if you guys are first time coming on this live stream, and if you're saying hi, yeah, just let me know where you're from. I'm always curious to find out where everybody's from. I mean, I think I had my first Tunisia viewer, and that's awesome. I don't know if you're still on this, but yeah, it's awesome for me to see, what countries everybody's from. Good session. You took plenty of notes. That's awesome, Mad Max. That is awesome. I'm glad you're learning. And, leave me a comment when this video uploads. I would love to hear them, and I'll respond to those comments. But, somebody watching these videos after the fact that didn't, that wasn't on the live stream to read these comments, it's good, for them to read the comments from you guys. So please, when the video uploads, leave me a comment, so that somebody else can read it and know how helpful this live stream was to you. If we can reach 2,400, that's going to be impressive. That'll be impressive. And I mean, we're almost there. We're almost there. But she is going to have a hard time. And we're talking about BTC. She's going to have a hard time at 25, possibly 25, 40, 25, somewhere in that range. 25.50, as she might have a hard time. She might pull back a little bit. That's going to be too fast, too quick for it to rise up to that price point. Really what we should see is it consolidating and just moving sideways and moving up a little bit. That's really what we should be seeing. I mean, this is great for day traders like myself, but for long-term investors, I mean, this is not what they want to see. They don't want to see these violent up and down ticks. And that's why Mark Cuban doesn't want to put any money into it. But yeah, so I mean, who knows? What's going to happen? I'm not analyzing the order book to see exactly on Coinbase at $2,500 or $2,400. What are the sellers and what are the buyers doing? And that's a very important level to look at. I mean, just because we say, okay, you know what, 2,500 could have a hard time. That's just me speculating. But is my probability correct? I don't know until I actually look at that order book and I see at that 2,500 price point that there are people stacked up. Then I would say yes, it's going to hit that price point and come down. Or there is nobody stacked up to sell at that price point and it's going to go up. Or there could be somebody sitting on the sideline waiting to unload at that price point, which then we have no clue. All right, I got about 1 minute. Let me see if I can get to some of these comments real quick. But thank you so much, guys, for joining. I mean, 120 people I think we had on this live stream. That's a record. That is a record. And it definitely made my day. Let me see what cannabis coin is a thing now. I don't know. We'll see. I'll research it. Let's see. Abraham saying, hey, dude. So wait a minute. Yeah, I haven't left yet. So do I do crypto trading for a living? Yes, I do. I trade for a living. Love my videos. Awesome, man. 1350. That's awesome. You're NYC. That's not far from me. 3 hours away, I would say. But New York City is awesome. Let's see, Tracy saying, Jonas, you do a great job. I put a link when comment section opens about the block buying of EHT, ETH maybe, Ethereum, MBC. Logan, thank you for answering that. I appreciate it. Brandon, you subbed. That's awesome. Buy low and sell high. Yes, that is the name of the game for long-term investors. Shorting though, yeah. Shorting, you want to be like, I mean, I'm trying to short today at 29, so I want to buy high and sell low. But I'm probably going to end up canceling that, to be honest with you, considering I'm going to be walking away from the computer. Yeah, man. Thank you so much for joining. You're from Dublin, Ireland. That's awesome. Good to know, man. I got to make a list of where everybody's from. I need to get like a map and put like a little thumbtack on it. Ukraine, sweet. You can't send your USDT from your Tether wallet. It says I need some Satoshis. What do I do? I don't know. Where are you trying to send it to? Hopefully you're trying to send it to a place that accepts USDT. And if you're not, that could be an issue. Tomas, are we going up at the current moment? Yes, but I don't know. I mean, it seems like it wants a downtrend. With BTC hitting that 2364 and now at 2310. This could be the start of a downtrend, but we'll see. We'll see. If I had to buy something right now, what would I buy? I don't know, something cheap, something dirt cheap. I'm not buying anything right now, though, just to let you know. I don't know what's cheap. I wouldn't buy it now, but if Ethereum Classic gets back down to that low, I do like Ethereum Classic, and I'm still bullish on Ethereum Classic. I can't really see the chart to see what the low was. But, I would pay attention to Ethereum Classic, and if Ethereum Classic cracks to 10, that's a great entry. $10 is a great entry. I don't think she's a great entry here, even though I'm trying to sell at $17. But I mean, if she can crack to $10, like she did in the past. In the past, she cracked to $9.75 before going up with a vengeance to 23. That's a great entry. You're looking at over 100% profit. So, I mean, if you're looking to get into cryptocurrency, and you're looking to get into possibly something that's solid, ETC at $10, I would take that any time of the day. Yeah, not a problem. From Max from Ukraine, not a problem at all. Hello from India. Anish, welcome, buddy. I'm just going to give a couple shout outs before I actually end this. You're from the UK, Jim Piper. Sweet. We got a couple people from the UK. UK is really taking over the live stream. Macon, I don't know if I missed a comment from you. What do you think? Correction has ended. Okay. When do I think the correction has ended? I mean, really, you got to look at a lot of variables. Like I said, I have my, exponential moving averages. And when my exponential moving averages really start to dip and converge and cross each other, and they're wider, they're wider apart from each other, that's how I know that, this correction is going to be bigger. And you can tell with a lot of these corrections, that when they really started to separate from each other, that separation got wider and wider, and as that separation gets wider, the further the dip. So this could easily, flip-flop, and have our 5-day moving average, going underneath our slower moving average, and I think it already has on the 5 minutes. Or 1 minute, definitely it is crossed. It's just basically touching right now. It is touching. So yes, we are going to have a downtrend from here, because here they are touching on the 1 minute. They definitely crossed over on the 1 minute chart. So that indicates to you it's some sort of a turnaround. And here we go. So as we can see, it definitely converged underneath it, but it's hugging it very close. It's hugging it very close. But the wider that these separate from each other, the yellow is our 5 days exponential moving average. The gray is 10 days exponential moving average. Once they converge each other, then we know. And it gets wider and wider from each other as they start to separate. That dip is going to be further and further. So that's going to be a bigger correction. What is Ethereum doing? I'm sorry, Litecoin, 27.53. So considering I'm going to be getting off of this, let me cancel that. I'm not going to try to get into a position without me really being at the front of a computer and watching this. We are the new UN. Yes, indeed. Caraco, Nathan, welcome. I don't know if I pronounced that correct. Probably not. That's awesome, man. Stefan, you're listening to me in the background while you're working. That is awesome. That's what Dylan used to do. Dylan has a cool boss, and he used to listen to me at work, I'm assuming. There's a couple of my buddies. My one buddy actually works from home. He'll listen to this as a podcast, and my one buddy will turn it on at work and kind of have it in the background. So that's awesome. Thanks from the UK. Yeah, I appreciate saying it's a great stream. Thank you so much. Say Grandpa, thank you so much. I appreciate that comment. Yeah, I didn't know if that was for me or not. Let's see, you were out of cryptos after you sold BTC in February, bought ETC, Ethereum Classic now at 295. You mean Ethereum, right? Because Ethereum Classic is not at 295. Quite happy with it for now. Can't wait for a rising again. Yeah, they'll dip, they'll rise. You just got to be able to stomach the dip. Matt, thank you for subbing. I appreciate that, bud. XRP, I covered XRP, man, but I'll talk about XRP on the next live stream. I wouldn't mind taking another position in it. I took a position at 23.711, and I cut it loose at 25 even. It wasn't much of a profit. What do I think about Lisk? I don't know, man. I can gladly, if you're back on these live streams, I can definitely take a look at them. I've looked at Lisk in the past. I just didn't title them on the videos, but, if you watch my couple of live streams, and I know the live streams are long, to be honest with you, they're like 4 hours, and I should probably timestamp them. But I do talk about a lot of these cryptocurrencies because you guys asked me to take a look at them, and I'll make a mental note. And I'll go through a lot of the cryptocurrencies that you guys want me to take a look at. So it's on one of the videos, but I'll definitely take a look at it, but just not today. Australia, welcome. Stefan, yeah, you know what? I knew that. I knew you were from Australia. FWS, yeah. I figured you meant Ethereum, not Ethereum Classic. Time for a snooze, way too late. Yeah, dude. Mel, who's normally from Australia, he's normally on this live stream. But yeah, he's always catching this kind of late. It's late for you. But I think I got to all the comments. I do appreciate everybody joining, and this live stream ran a lot longer than I had actually intended to. But we got people joining, and I'm ecstatic. And I've said this, day one that I started doing these live streams. As long as I have one person on this live stream, I will continue these live streams. It gives me something to talk about, somebody to talk to. So thank you so much for joining. If you haven't done so already, please click on that subscribe button, the post notification, so you're notified when I schedule a live stream like today. it wasn't planned at all for me to do a live stream. So a half an hour before I did the live stream, I went ahead and put it in, scheduled it. So if you didn't have post notification clicked on, you wouldn't have gotten the notification. So I highly recommend that. And as well as signing up for our general chat room, just go to CryptoTraders.com, sign up for our mailing list by filling out the little questionnaire, and then somebody will send you a link, an invite to our general free Slack chat room. But thank you so much for joining this live stream. I appreciate it. Roberto, hello from Brazil. Thank you for joining, bud. It's just a little too late, and I'm getting ready to hop off. I've been on this live stream since 8:30, but I hope to see your name again. I'll definitely remember it. And, like I said before, let me know where you guys are from on the next live stream. It's great for me to know exactly what countries you guys are from. But until then, thank you so much. Keep an eye out on the market, see what it's doing. And if you do have cash sitting on the sideline, wait for that opportunity to jump on it to be able to take a position. And if you do take a position, don't put all your money into it. Just take a little bit of a position and see what it does. At least have a little bit of skin in the game. And if it does dip further on you, then add on to that position. That's the best thing I could recommend. Altheus, thank you so much for subscribing. I appreciate that. And you're new to this? Yeah, welcome. Welcome. I hope to see you on the next live stream. All right, guys, have a great day. Thank you so much. And, as long as you sign up for our mailing list, Dylan or ECS Fusion will be sending you out a link. Dylan, thank you so much. I appreciate your time for doing all this stuff and taking care of things. Have a great one, guys. Thank you so much.